8:30, so we will go ahead and pull this to order. Welcome everybody to the Monday, November 3rd, first meeting of the month of November. We do have a second one later this month as well. As is our tradition, we'll begin this, as our call to order, we'll begin with an invocation from Father Wiley, our police chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Father Wiley, if you come forward.
Let us pray. Gracious, loving, and almighty God, we give you thanks for the abundant blessings of this life. We thank you for gathering us together here this evening. We thank you for this community, for those that you've called to lead it, and for those who live, work, and play in it. Father, we ask that you bless this time that we have together this evening. Bless everything we do and everything we say, that it might be according to your will and to your glory. And Father, give us eyes to see and ears to hear you in everyone that speaks here this evening. Help us to respect the dignity of every human being and make decisions that are wise and for the benefit of all the people that live, work, and play here. All this we ask in the name of your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, as everyone is coming in, Madam Clerk, if you would go ahead and do the roll call, and then I'll kind of brief on how tonight's going to need to go.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
All right. Present. Perfect. Thank you, sir. And Pro Tem Jones is feeling unwell this evening, and so we wish her a speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her soon. So before we move to adoption of we'll go ahead and do adoption of the agenda first. Mr. Livingston, were there any additions or changes from staff?
The Add Hunger and Homeless Awareness Month proclamation to presentations.
Brilliant. So we'll be adding a Hunger and Homeless Awareness Month proclamation to presentations as item 4.5. For those keeping notes on your own version, we've added an item 4.5, or it's proposed to add an item 4.5, I should say. Council, any other comments or questions related to the agenda or requested modifications? Hearing none, entertain a motion to approve the agenda as modified.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to adopt the agenda as modified. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. All right. So now, as everyone is very aware, we have got ourselves a robust agenda this evening. It involves a lot of public comment and a lot of public feedback, which is certainly what we are here for. When we get to the public hearings stage, I just kind of want to lay out just a couple of quick things. To speak at the public comment section, that you're requested to please speak or please sign up with the clerk. There's a notepad outside. If you're here to speak at the public comment period, please ensure that your name is on that so we have contact information. Those of you who are coming to speak at one of the public hearings, there are 7 of them, just making sure my memory is correct. There are 7 of them. Please pay attention where we are. We'll go each one. We're going to take our time. We'll establish the ground rules for what we're actually talking about, conditional zoning versus special use versus just general administrative plan. We'll go through each one. We'll take our time. Those who wish to speak on more than one, you're allowed to do so. But when you're up in front speaking on, for example, item 5.1, please only make comments related to 5.1. Don't then go ahead and immediately jump into comments for a future item on the agenda. We'll try to stay focused on the individual items as we are going. As always, if you would please silence your cell phones. We do have a full room. That's a good thing. We want to make sure we're able to focus on the meeting, and that goes for myself as well. I put it on Do Not Disturb as I was walking across the air bridge. All right, so with that, Mr. Livingston, if you get us started on item 4.1.
Thank you. It's Commission on Community Relations Development Annual Report. We have the board chair here to give that report at this time.
Mr. Knack, I believe, right? Oh, excuse me. This is Commission, Ms. Battle. Yes. Yeah, sorry. The number 2 is historic district. Sorry, I apologize.
They're good. They'll pull it up for you. Give them 1 second.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Evening.
Mayor and City Council members. I'm Carol Battle, and I am
Octavius.
waiting for Octavius. Okay. And I'm Carol Battle, and I serve as the chairperson of the CCRD, and I'm making this presentation to you on November 3rd, 2025. Our CCRD members are listed here for you, and I would like to say that our members work very well together. We're very supportive. We cooperate, we collaborate, we consult, and we work together as a team. And if any of those members of the CCRD are present tonight, would you please stand to be recognized? We're going to begin with the first of the year when the CCRD did the MLK Day celebration on January 20th, 2025. In previous years, the CCRD had done a breakfast and had done a luncheon, but this year we decided to have a church program, and it was very, very successful, at least we think it was. And if you can see from the slide that it was our 35th annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebration, and it was at the church, and it just was just so good, and everybody, you know, came that night, and they were so excited and everything, and we were really, really happy. We were at Deeper Life Church. Our speaker was Carolyn J. Thompson, former North Carolina Court of Appeals judge. We had a variety of people on the program, including speakers and singing groups from the whole community. And we thought that was really good because bringing people in together and working for this community, we thought would be a good thing for the community. And so we were so appreciative to use that church and to have different groups to come in and support us. Also, we had about 300 to 350 people in attendance, and our Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity served as our ushers because, as you well know, Dr. Martin Luther King was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. And so these are our programs. Everybody looks happy. We had a reception afterwards, and we thought it was a great success. All right, then we met and we talked about a lot of things we wanted to do, and we looked at the calendar in Goldsboro and saw that so many things were happening. So we decided that we would do two major things, and we would also participate in other programs. And we did National Night Out October the 7th. Okay, and here you see us. It was kind of hot that night, but everybody did really well. We were very happy to be a part of this program. We had an opportunity to have brochures to give out to the community and talk to the citizens as they came by. And we had candy and all kinds of little whatnots and little souvenirs. Everything on our table got gone. We thought we were in an excellent location. We networked with a lot of people, and we enjoyed that, as the slides can show you. Okay, here we go again. We want to thank everybody that came by and everyone that participated with us on National Night Out. And then we had Gun Violence Awareness Program on October 21st. This was something that the CCRD was really concerned about, and it took us a little while to work the logistics out, but we were able to have it at Dillard Academy Charter School, and we had good attendance. And the presentation was done by Captain Jason Adams and Officer Angelina Estrada. We had remarks by the mayor. It was an excellent presentation, and we learned a lot about gun violence. And we were, you know, it was just a very good program. And so that was in October. As you can see, everyone's highly engaged. Now, the CCRD does have some planned upcoming events, and I'll share those with you. Our MLK Day Luncheon is going to be on January 19th, 2026. Tickets for that event will begin on November the 19th. We want to have an interfaith breakfast in February 2026. We want to do a nonprofit resource fair. We think this is very, very important. There's a lot of logistics to get that together, so the date has yet to be determined and the place. And then in May, we want to have a mental health awareness program because it's a really big issue now, and we want to do that in May 2026. We want to especially thank Octavius Murphy and Councilwoman Jamie Taylor for working with us. My appointment to the CCRD will end in December, and it has been my honor to serve on this commission. Do you have any questions?
Council, any comments, questions, feedback?
I do have one question there, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
As far as the MLK luncheon is concerned this year, we're still funding that. We still have a line item. Do we know what the budget is for that?
Asking what's budgeted in the city, or
Right.
what you're planning on?
No,
the event
no.
costs?
I'm asking what the city budgeted in the budget.
You remember, was it 2,500? Was allocated?
I think Catherine's here, she might remember, but it sounds like 2,500 to me.
2,500 was budgeted for programming, MLK lunching, as well as Juneteenth.
That's our community affairs guy. He should have
There
that
you go,
figure in
there
his
you go.
head, so he does.
So I guess my follow-up question, though, Mr. Mayor, is I know the last time we had this discussion about MLK, $2,500 wasn't the number. It was much more than that to pull off an event of that magnitude. So I just want to know how did we go from 25 to? I think if I'm not, I thought it was
Well,
8,000.
that was the total event budget. There were sponsorships and ticket sales as well, and the city, of course, contributes a piece of that. But there were ticket sales and sponsorships as well, right?
Yes.
Mayor,
Oh, you mean
Yes,
for,
sir.
didn't we make the decision to leave several $1,000s of seed money
Yes.
in place
Yes,
so
we
that
did.
could carry forward?
Yeah, we
Okay.
did. So I was just wondering, since we decided that, how did we come up with 25, and that included all the things that we were doing, but we set aside something for MLK. That I thought anyway. I could be wrong, but I thought we set something aside for MLK. So in the budget, what Mr. Octavius Murphy just said that it included.
MLK luncheon as well as Juneteenth activity.
Right. So
programming
that's
for both
just
of those events.
so that's not what I don't think that's what we decided.
Then bring forward a plan, because I mean this council has been very consistent in supporting this event and supporting CCRD. Bring forward a plan. Tell us what you need, and let's get it right, because let's make everyone whole. Because obviously we're proud of this event and want it to continue.
Absolutely.
okay, we meet again on the 18th because of Veterans Day. So, and we'll have a budget for you that
Okay,
time.
that's
All
all.
right.
Yeah, just submit it
Thank
to
you.
me and I'll take it to the city
Yeah,
council.
we'll get it done.
Okay then, all right then.
Yeah, we want everyone to be whole, because I mean we're grateful for the work that you and your
Submit it to
volunteers do.
Octavius,
Yeah.
and then he'll submit it to me.
Okay,
All right.
then.
All right. Thank you.
I'll bring it back to you. And thank you again. Okay.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to item 4.2. Mr. Livingston, if you'd get us started there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have the Historic Commission's annual report, and the chair is here Fritz is here to give his report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Fritz Knack. I'm Chair of the Historic District Commission for the City of Goldsboro. We meet on the first Tuesday of each month in City Hall Annex 206, room 206. I know it, and I think everybody else knows it as the large conference room, but we meet at 5:30. Our staff liaison is, do I have the clicker? Do you have the clicker? Who has the clicker? There we go. Ha. All right. Our staff liaison is Paul Sailors. The Historic District Commission is a local board that identifies, protects, and promotes the city of Goldsboro's historic and cultural resources. It was formed in 1983, and its first preservation overlay was certified in 1985. I'm sorry, zoning district was approved by council in 84, and it was certified in 1985 by the National Park Service of the U.S. Department of the Interior. It consists of 9 members, 9 civilians, 7 regular, and 2 alternate. We also have we also have Ms. Beverly Weeks as the ex officio member representing council. There we go. What does the HDC do? Well, we designate and recommend local historic districts and landmarks. We create and maintain preservation standards. We conduct quasi-judicial hearings, which is if something is beyond the bounds of if a major work is beyond the bounds of what the planning department can approve, they come before us to issue a certificate of appropriateness. And then we, through the planning department, issue those certificates when appropriate to do so. Our purpose is to safeguard the heritage of the city, to promote the use and conservation of such district landmarks for education, pleasure, and enrichment of the city, county, and state. We encourage historically sensitive rehabilitation, fixing things up as they decay, and we enhance the attractiveness of the city and promote the historic harmony of style, form, color, proportion, all of that. We try to maintain the existing historical architectural standards and keep those within the bounds of what was originally intended when it was built. Over the course of 2025, we have had 9 major COAs approved by staff. There were 6 major that came before the commission. 1 was not approved, 1 was tabled, and 4 were approved. They're listed here in some detail. The museum there in January, East Walnut Street, 120 East Mulberry, where Rank and File is. The Grantham House, St. Paul's Church is one that has been tabled. You can see that ran through July and August. We're working with the State Historic Preservation Office on some of the details with that. October, we approved the removal of the aluminum cladding there at 112 East Walnut Street. Hoping that goes well, we will probably see other changes afterwards after that piece of it has been done. Our current initiatives, I think maybe the slides are. Anyway, our current initiatives are to update the historic district design standards. And the reason for that, we'll get to in a slide from here. We are being required by our goal to become a certified local government. We need to update our standards to guidelines. That's a requirement from the state. Now, if we can get the certified local government status, one of the big benefits we'll get is we'll become eligible for a lot of grants. We already have, tax breaks and things like that we can offer, and that this will give us opportunity to bring in actual direct money to spend towards our mission. Now, a certified local government is something out of Congress from an amendment of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, requiring each state to establish a procedure by which local governments may be certified. Now, the requirement has since become a certified local government program, and there are over 45 of them in North Carolina. Local governments that qualify for certification must have an active and legally adequate historic preservation commission, which we do, and must meet the federal requirements for certification. We're going to see these same points again in the next slide, I believe. Yeah, with some checks marked off. So some of the things we have to do is have a comprehensive inventory of our historic properties, and we have that. We have to have information on the area's locally designated historic district and landmarks. We don't have any landmarks, so that one was easy. We don't have any landmarks yet. I expect we'll end up with some. We have an existing ordinance creating the local commission. We have the commission's rules and procedures. I'm going to skip number 5 for a moment. Number 6 is that the resumes of the members of the commission, we have those on file. And we have a history, description of the commission's past and current activities. Now, the one item that's missing before we finish this certified local government application is that the design standards, will have the guidelines we have to be converted to standards. That came down from the state. There's just a little bit too much wiggle room in a guideline, and the standard lets us draw a firm line past which things can and cannot go. And after we get that application in, it'll be within 45 days, and we'll get a letter from the State Historic Preservation Office, there we go, who will then forward the application to the National Park Service, and we'll get notified that we've received it. That's the end of my official presentation, so I'll go off script for just a moment to point out that Mr. Sailors has in fact been putting his heart and soul into getting this CLG done. The entire planning department is just really coming together and top notch. I love working with them, and they just keep getting better. And one of those engines there is Mr. Sailor's work on the certified local government application. So, anybody have any questions?
Council, any comments or questions for Mr. Knack?
I do have a comment. It's
Yes, sir.
not on the CLG though.
just on a process, I guess, in the historic district. So how long do you have to actually upgrade, reconstruct a structure that's in the historic district? Once it's purchased or once it's identified to?
There's really no particular timeline from purchase or acquisition to when you have to do anything. Now, if you're going to do something and it's a major change that is beyond the scope of the planning department's ability to approve it, then it comes before us. I think it's within about 60 days of application you have to be seen, and I believe the activity has to happen within 180 days after that. Is that correct? 1 year. 1 year.
The only reason I ask is because there's a plethora of old houses on John Street when you first enter into the historic district, and they're dilapidated and they're dangerous. So I was wondering when or if there was going to be any action taken on those actual properties.
I know that our code enforcement department has really ramped up over the last year or so, and they would be really the ones to address that kind of thing, particularly the safety issues. Yeah, I agree with you. There are an awful lot of dilapidated buildings, and in my 2.5 years on the commission, I've definitely seen some stuff improve. So we're definitely moving in the right direction.
That's all I have, man.
Sadly, that also comes into play where you get into demolition by neglect and some of the other things that you kind of have as a local government to try and compel someone to make an investment in their property, which is a whole different conversation outside of the scope of this, but it all does roll together. With the Historic District Commission, has the commission given any thought yet to what landmarks around the city might be ones that
we have not formally considered any of them, but just speaking as a private citizen, I'd be really surprised if Goldsboro Union Station didn't get there someday.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Comments? Any other comments, questions for Mr. Knack?
I just wanted to thank you personally. I know that I served on there with you before coming on City Council, and you have brought a wealth of knowledge to the Historic Commission. So I just wanted to personally thank you for all that you do and how
I appreciate
serve.
that, Mariette, very much. I gave all the credit to Paul because he deserves it, but since I've been sitting as chairman, it's definitely on my resume as all my work.
Well, if nothing further, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And again, Ms. Battle, Mr. Knack, thank you for your work as chairs. This is it becomes a whole nother job if you do it to the degree that y'all are doing it, and it makes a huge difference. So thank you to both of you for stepping up in roles of leadership. Thank you to, are there any other members of the Historic District Commission in the room? If y'all would please stand as well, just to be recognized. Thank you. But the work that happens there, then it filters its way up to us. This is very important work. So thank you so much for your time. To the other commission members, thank you for your time and your energy that you put into it. And we look forward to the next chapter of leadership in one case and continued leadership in the other. So, all right, let's move to, if I can find the other tab, let's move to item 4.3, the Veterans Day Proclamation. I will read that, and Ms. Getz, this will just simply be read into the record. All right. Veterans Day Proclamation. Whereas Veterans Day was once known as Armistice Day, proclaimed by President Woodrow Wilson in 1919 to remind Americans of the tragedies of war. And whereas in 1938 Congress passed a bill that each November 11th shall be a day dedicated to the cause of world peace, and hereafter celebrated and known as Armistice Day. And whereas in 1954, Congress changed the name to Veterans Day to honor all American veterans of all wars. And whereas through their commitment for freedom, American veterans have lifted millions of lives and made our country and the world more secure. And whereas with respect for and in recognition of the contributions of our servicemen and women have made to the cause of peace and freedom around the world, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim November 11th, 2025 as Veterans Day in the city of Goldsboro, and urge all citizens to remember the service and sacrifice of our veterans who defend our freedom and preserve our way of life. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affix the seal of the city of Goldsboro this the 3rd day of November 2025. And would any veterans who are in the room who are willing to do so, please stand and also be recognized. Thank you for your willingness to stand and be recognized, and also thank you for your service. Next, we will move to item 4.4, a tradition started by our city manager to do proclamations in honor of each of the branches of our United States military. United States Marine Corps Birthday Proclamation. Whereas on November 10th, 1775, the Continental Congress authorized the formation of 2 battalions of Continental Marines. And whereas the United States Marines have served with distinction in every conflict since their founding, holding true to their heritage of any time and place. And whereas North Carolina is currently home to approximately 40,000 active duty Marines and 1,000 Reserve Marines that proudly defend the freedoms enjoyed by North Carolinians throughout the state. And whereas Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune in Jacksonville, Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point in Havelock, and Marine Corps Air Station New River in Jacksonville represent a critical role in the Marine Corps mission on the Eastern Seaboard. And whereas today we seek to honor and celebrate the founding of the United States Marine Corps and wish the Corps a heartfelt happy birthday. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby declare November 10th, 2025 as the United States Marine Corps birthday in the city of Goldsboro, and encourage all residents, businesses, organizations, leaders, and elected officials to continue their strong support of the United States Marine Corps and their ongoing mission to ensure our freedom. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, this the 3rd day of November 2025. And if anyone is willing to do so, are there any Marines in the room that would like to stand and be recognized? Understood. There are probably a couple of you in the room that simply don't want to be. I respect that, and I appreciate your service. We appreciate your service. All right. We will move to item 4.5. National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Month Proclamation. Whereas every person is created with inherent dignity and worth, deserving of compassion, respect, and a safe place to call home. And whereas too many individuals and families in our community face the daily realities of homelessness, living without shelter, food security, or stability, and often without the hope that every human being deserves. Whereas local faith communities, nonprofit organizations, and volunteers throughout Goldsboro work tirelessly to serve our unhoused neighbors through acts of kindness, service, and love, offering meals, clothing, resources, and encouragement to those in need. And whereas these efforts remind us that homelessness is not simply a condition to be managed, but a call to action, to extend grace, understanding, and opportunity so that no one in Goldsboro is left unseen or unsupported. And whereas National Homeless Awareness Month offers an opportunity for reflection, education, and renewed commitment to building a community where every resident can live with safety, stability, and hope. And whereas the City of Goldsboro recognizes that addressing homelessness requires compassion, faith, and collaboration across all sectors, government, nonprofit, business, and community alike, to ensure that homelessness is rare, brief, and never permanent. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 as National Homelessness Awareness Month in the city of Goldsboro, and encourage all citizens to open their hearts, lend their hands, and support efforts that bring hope and healing to those experiencing homelessness. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the city of Goldsboro this the 3rd day of November 2025. Council members, I just simply want to take a moment and remind, as you see things that you need and want to see recognized, make sure the clerk and myself know. This is a beautiful example of something that needs to be in our official record, and I so appreciate the council members who are willing to come forward and bring things like this forward. If Councilwoman Matthews will allow me to simply recognize you, thank you for getting this on the agenda this evening. All right. Let's move into public hearings. Item 5.1. Mr. Livingston, any brief, or do we move directly to Ms. Johnson-Choice?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we can move directly. This is an update to our annual action plans.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Tonight, we'd like to receive public comments on a proposed substantial amendment to the city's 2021-22, 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plans. HUD requires entitlement communities like Goldsboro to submit annual action plans that outline how federal CDBG funds will be used to address local housing and community development needs. This substantial amendment was prepared in response to a HUD requested clarification regarding the use and allocation of prior year CDBG funds. The amendment proposes to reprogram unspent funds from previous program years to support a new eligible activity, the McNair Heights Public Infrastructure Project, which will provide needed improvements within that community. A notice of this public hearing and a 30-day public review period were published in accordance to the city's citizen participation plan. All comments received during the review period and at tonight's hearing will be incorporated into the final amendment submitted to HUD. So at this time, I do invite any public comment.
All right, if we could, this is already something that council has seen and approved in the past. This is a technical correction.
Yes.
The actual verbiage that is being changed is what? Because again, it was a technical correction that we even debated if it needed to come back before council, but as an abundance of caution and transparency.
We're just stating, because we have to discuss or we have to state how we're going to allocate the funds. Mm-hmm. We did not mention that we were going to allocate funds to the McNair Infrastructure Project. We have to specifically say McNair Infrastructure Project. So we have to go back and amend all of those years' annual action plans.
So the previous language was more categorical in nature, and
it
this
says
is
something
changing
just
and make it
infrastructure
specific.
project or something like that.
Which it was.
Yeah.
And, okay, perfect. Council, any comments or questions for Ms. Johnson-Choice before we open the public hearing? All right, perfect. So with that, we will open the public hearing. This is, and feel free to have a seat, Gary. This is a public hearing for item 5.1 on our agenda. This is a public hearing to hear any feedback on substantial amendments to the 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, and the 24-25 annual action plans. Anyone wishing to come speak on item 4.1, please, or 5.1, please come forward. Second call for the same is public hearing for item 5.1 on our agenda. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Third and final call, item 5.1 on our agenda. All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Council, in the last few seconds, has anyone developed any comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the resolution as presented in our agenda packet authorizing staff to make the changes?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Weeks. Is there any debate on that? Hearing none, we will move to the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. All right. Motion passes on a 6-0 vote. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Item 5.1 is approved. All right. Let's move to item 5.2. Mr. Livingston, who'll be coming forward on 5.2?
I think it's going to be Mark Helmer, Planning Director.
All right. Mr. Helmer.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Hope everyone is well this evening. This first case tonight is annexation 0325 Stony Creek. This is property owned by the city of Goldsboro. In your packet is a surveyed map of the property. When staff received the application, we started doing our due diligence. We started to drill down into the facts of the application and realized that there is right-of-way that is deeded, property that is deeded to the right-of-way as opposed to it just being railroad right-of-way. It's actually deeded property. Therefore, the current application needs to be revised. So what staff is recommending is, since we're not really here to annex the railroad property, we're just interested in annexing the city property, we're recommending that the application be withdrawn and we'll return with an application that excludes the right-of-way from this proposal.
Understood. So with this one, do you need a motion to actually officially make the withdrawal request, or is it just simply the city is withdrawing?
The city is withdrawing.
Okay. Mr. Livingston, Madam Clerk, do I need a motion in any form?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
mean, we're just going to come back with a new petition because I don't think we're going to be able to stop the railroad from coming through, even though they're using.
No.
Maybe we could
Nor
charge
do we
them
really
for
want
it
to.
right now.
They're moving people and goods. So with that, the city being the petitioner, the city can also withdraw its own petition. So, is it done? All right, perfect. So item 5.2 is just simply withdrawn at this time, and we'll hear more about a subsequent application in the future. Council, any comments or questions on that one? All right, perfect. I appreciate your work on that. It's a little donut hole kind of sitting there that if we can go ahead and get kind of the annexation buttoned up on it, then maybe we can move some development on it some other way. So thank you for your work on that. Mr. Lewis, we'll go ahead and move to item 5.3.
Well, since Mark is here on this one, I will let him proceed on special use 1125 accessory dwelling.
All right, before you begin the brief, council, please note, and if you need to, refresh your memory on the procedures, the voting procedures. This is the only special use permit that's on our agenda. Everything else is conditional zoning. This is the one that will require that 4-motion process, that 4-motion test. So you'll remember we will be seeking to be able to answer the question of, will this materially endanger the public health and safety? Will it potentially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? Will it be in harmony with existing development? And will it be in general conformity with the comprehensive land use plan? So those will be the 4 motions and questions that we will be answering. So with that in mind, Mr. Helmer, you'll need to be sworn in on this one since it is quasi-judicial.
Okay, this case before you is SU 11-25. This is for an accessory dwelling to be located at 120 Kelly Drive. The property is approximately 0.7 acres. The petitioner is Olivia Johnson, who's and the applicant is Carl Burney. The current zoning is residential 20. Existing land use is a single-family dwelling. The land use designation is medium-density residential, and the request is for an accessory dwelling. In your packet is a copy of this map here showing the location of the property, John Kelly Drive. The current land use designation is medium-density residential. In accordance with the City of Goldsboro's Development Ordinance, Article 5.4, Table of Permitted Uses, accessory dwellings are permitted in all single-family zoning districts or developed lots with the exception of agriculture, providing they first obtain a special use permit by City Council. There we are. This is a sketch of the property submitted by the applicant showing the accessory dwelling, which would be this structure right here. So we do have some additional standards for this special use, and that is dwellings and apartments must comply with all applicable local, state, and federal housing codes. The accessory dwelling or accessory apartment shall not exceed 40% of the square foot of the livable area of the principal structure. The accessory dwelling shall not be sited to the rear of the principal structure, or shall be sited to the rear of the principal structure, and all accessory dwellings shall meet the setback requirements established for the principal structure of the district in which they're located. The exterior of the accessory dwelling shall be compatible with the principal residential residence in terms of color, siding, roof pitch, windows, detailing, roofing, material, foundation, skirting appearance. Where there is no public sanitary sewer service to the accessory dwelling, county health department approval would be required. So again, this shows the zoning as being R20. And then they've given us some sketches of the work to be done. Planning staff does find the request to be consistent with the R20 zoning district and complies with the supplemental standards of the UDO. Therefore, planning staff recommends approval of the request in accordance with the finding of fact for special use. City Council is requested to review the petition, conduct a public hearing, and make a decision in accordance with the finding of fact for special use permit. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions for Mr. Helmer this time? Hearing none, it's our practice that we invite the applicant up to speak and to be able to deliver any remarks if they so choose, and then we actually move into the public hearing. So I see Ms. Elvira Johnson. Do you wish to come forward and speak on the purpose, or is there anything you'd like to add to the brief? No. All right. So with that, we will move into the public hearing. We are now on item 5.3. We'll officially open the public hearing. This is a public hearing for SU 1125, 120 Kelly Drive, an accessory dwelling. Is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak? Second call, this is item 5.3 on our agenda, SU 1125. Is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak? Third and final call, is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak on item 5.3 on our agenda, an accessory dwelling under special use permit 11-25? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Council, are there any comments or questions for Mr. Helmer on this one? Seeing none, is there any deliberations amongst us? Seeing none, we have had the public hearing. We have had the opportunity for deliberations. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
I make a motion that the use will not endanger public safety.
All right, is there a second? All right, motion's been made and properly seconded that the use would not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any debate on that motion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please vote electronically. Yes, we go. You're good. You're good. All right, all votes being tallied, the motion passes on a 6-0 vote. We'll move to the second part. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and second. Motion's been made and properly seconded that the use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we will call the vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready. I realize you're having to type and record and listen at the same time, so thank you. All right, second motion passes on a 6-0 vote. We'll move to the third motion, and I'll talk a little bit slower so that our clerk is able to properly organize the minutes. Is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
I make that motion.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. I believe there are 2 seconds. Take your pick. That the use would be in harmony with existing development. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. Motion passes on a 6-0 vote. All right, we'll move to the fourth and final question. Is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
And motion's been seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. All right, motion passes on a 6-0 vote. All 4 motions having passed. SU, whatever it was, SU 1125, an accessory dwelling at 120 Kelly Drive is approved. All right. Mr. Livingston, can we get started on 5.4?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. 5.4 is another conditional zoning, rezoning request, and I'll have staff, Mr. Talton will be presenting that one. They're tag teaming tonight.
There you go. We've got enough work to go around tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see everybody tonight.
See you.
As Manager Livingston said, Mark and I have decided to divide and conquer
just
tonight.
got a
We've had a
promotion.
lot of activity. Sorry about that.
You called me mayor. I got a promotion. You want to switch?
You know what? It's a.
I don't want that shit.
It's an often thankless position, but you're welcome to it. Yeah, we can negotiate.
Surely somebody called up.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. All right, let's get you started tonight with Eagles Reach. This property is going to be located on the south side of US 70 West, north of Acott Drive, and on both sides of Isaac Smith Road. I want to make sure everybody knows where this is located. This is 581 and 70 near the Rosewood community, Isaac Smith Road. If you have any questions with regards to the location, just let us know. So here's the property itself. Let's see. Got the clickers and my laser pointer here. So again, this is the property in question. This is going to be a residential townhome development. And these are 3 lots here at this time that are being considered, there's a detention pond at this time being considered for commercial use. So there's approximately 43 acres associated with this conditional rezoning. The owner is Goldsboro Land Group and is also the applicant. Current zoning is for Wayne County community. At this time is under Wayne County's community shopping zoning district. The proposed zoning is for residential 6 and general business conditional zoning district. The proposed use, again, is for single-family commercial development. The applicant's requesting to rezone 43.24 acres of land from Wayne County's community shopping to residential 6 and general business conditional zoning to construct a 174-lot, single-family detached residential subdivision and 3 commercial lots. Surrounding zoning, again, is Wayne County's community shopping center to the north, as well as to the south. It's also agricultural residential. To the east is city's shopping center, and to the west, again, Wayne County community shopping. Okay, so here's a little bit better location here. This is 70 coming from the city. You'll see the Walmart shopping center, the Rosewood shopping center here. And if you'll follow my pointer on down to Isaac Smith Road, come here to the proposed development. In accordance with Envision 35, this property is identified within the low and medium density land use categories. Although the requested residential 6 conditional zoning district is not a corresponding zoning district in the low and medium density land use category, Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan encourages higher density development where water and sewer services are available. A mixed-use 1 land use category is located directly across US 70 West from the subject's property. Medium-density land use designation. Mixed 1 will provide a mixture of commercial uses, some of which may or may not have an impact on or produce some conflict with adjacent lower-density districts. The proposed rezoning, we believe, as staff believe, that it is consistent with the land use and density recommendations of the UDO. All stated deviations from the UDO will be documented as conditions of this rezoning request. Any deviation not declared shall meet or exceed the minimum standards of the city's UDO. Here is our land use map showing the majority of the property in a medium density residential land use designation with mixed use across the street of 70 Highway. Site specific information, again, 174 single family. This is attached lots as townhome development with a density of 6.15 dwelling units per acre. And you'll see to the bottom half of this slide, these are the proposed improvements that the applicant will be proposing to be made. Roadways, you'll see 3,700 linear feet, water mains 5,220 linear feet, sewer mains 4,900 linear feet, sidewalks 7,700 linear feet, and trails 1,500 linear feet. Everything will be dedicated over to the city of Goldsboro if this rezoning is approved, as well as a site plan for future development, except for the trails, which will be private. Across the streets here at this time, you'll see 2 points of access to serve the proposed subdivision. The commercial lots directly across the street from the subdivision will also be from Isaac Smith Road. NCDOT will require road improvements for the commercial lots. At this point in time, there are no road improvements required for the subdivision. However, when these commercial lots are developed, we believe, as always, that NCDOT will have improvements to that roadway for the access of those commercial lots. As you'll see from this list of amenities that are being provided, the city water and sewer are going to be available through Fort Township. Planning officials have informed project engineers to reach out to Fort Township and Goldsboro's Fire Department regarding proper water pressure and volume for fire protection purposes. The streets will be developed by the developers, 60-foot wide streets. Sidewalks will be provided on both sides of the streets, connecting residential dwellings to other destinations. Street signs and lighting will be provided by the developer. Environmental conditions: a portion of the project contains delineated wetlands. All proposed lots will be outside of those environmentally sensitive areas. Stormwater management and on-site collection system is proposed for all streets, driveways, and parking loading areas. They shall be assessed by utility easements granted to the city of Goldsboro for inspection purposes by its engineering staff. There'll also be a mail kiosk with parking associated with the subdivision, with 2 monumental signs at each location to the subdivision. Landscaping will be provided that meets or exceeds the city's landscape ordinance. A 20-foot wide landscape buffer will surround the entire residential subdivision. A 28-foot landscape buffer berm is proposed along the street frontage of the property, providing a screening buffer for owners of the residential lots from traffic, promoting pedestrian privacy and comfort, and contributing to the visual character of the neighborhood. You'll see here some building elevations for review. Of course, each townhome will be built to the North Carolina State Building Code. Preliminary subdivision review and approval again. If the rezoning is approved, the applicant will be required to submit his application for preliminary subdivision review. The technical review committee will ensure that the plan meets compliance standards for the zoning district. These are conditions of the R6 conditional zoning district. I'll just go through a few. You have it in your packets. Again, you'll see the setbacks. You'll see minimum lot size, sidewalks being provided, the landscape berm we've already spoken about. We're talking about some open space requirements. This particular plan provides 30%, offering enhanced green space and recreational opportunities for future residents. These are some agreed upon deviations from the minimum development standards of the City of Goldsboro's UDO. These deviations will become conditions of the R6 zoning district. That is that the proposed development remains well below the maximum permitted under the R6 zoning category. UDO also allows up to 7.3 dwelling units per acre, while the proposed plan reflects only a density of 6.15 units per acre. These are some architectural standards that will become conditions of the proposed R6 conditional zoning district. You'll see that proposed townhomes shall include 2 different footprints, a 24-foot wide on the outer units and a 20-foot for the inner units. Each townhome will achieve a variety of colors for individual character. Moving on down, all townhomes shall be 2 or even 3 stories in height. And all townhomes number 10 shall provide detailed design elements using at least one of the features from each of the 3 categories below. City Council may modify any of these proposed conditions and add additional conditions if the requested are deemed necessary to protect the public health, welfare, and safety of the public. All other conditions placed upon the zoning district must be agreed upon by the applicant. At this time, staff's evaluation and recommendation is that the conditional rezoning request is consistent with the recommendation of the comp plan and the land use map. Staff is also of the opinion that the plan can provide for the public safety and meet transportation and utility demands for the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments. Staff believe that the proposed R6 conditional zoning district and GB conditional zoning district will not impair or injure the health, welfare, and safety of the public. Staff believe that the proposed conditional zoning district and the general business conditional zoning district will address Goldsboro's housing shortage, offering increased housing options and affordability while providing economic, social, and environmental benefits that enhance residents and their quality of life. Therefore, again, the planning department is recommending the conditional rezoning district for the R6 and the general business be approved with the following agreed upon conditions of approval. Planning Commission at their September 29th meeting unanimously voted to recommend approval of this rezoning request with the attached recommended conditions of approval. City Council is now requested to review the petition for zoning, conduct a public hearing, and make a decision in accordance with the attached consistency statement to approve, deny, or table the request to a future date. Mayor, I had one last comment I wanted to make. Again, if you have any questions with regards to the information in your packet, I know it's a lot, but at this time, let's see. Let's see where I wrote that down. The applicant is here tonight, and
Is that Mr. Spencer?
yes, sir, and it very well be another member of his team. I have one more comment I wanted to make. Again, we spoke of conditions that council could make. I just wanted to, again, I've already brought it to your attention one time before, but if the water pressure was of concern because of the fire we had at Adair Gardens, so we want council to know that we've all been in touch with the developers. They know of that concern. We are also willing to make that a condition of this rezoning request to ensure that there's adequate water pressure, water volume for fire protection of that development in that area. So again, with that being said, I do know that they are going to present tonight to you a copy of the permitted uses within the general business zoning district. That list will include, again, only those uses that they would like to have approved, and any of those uses that are not on that list cannot be considered for use in the future. Do you have any other questions of me for this public hearing?
Confident that we will before we get to actually voting.
Yes, sir.
So, council, so that we all have ground rules, this is not the special use permit like we just had. This is conditional zoning. So we would be doing one motion to approve based on whatever conditions have been agreed to, be it the list that Mr. Talton just briefed on or modification to that list. So our question is purely that. And then, as you said, with the general business piece, because this is a dual purpose conversation here, there's the R6 piece, and then there's the piece of it that is general business as well. So we would be approving that list of things that could potentially be there in the future. There's a lot going on with this one. This is a big consideration. Saw your hand go up, Mr. Boyette, and then Ms. Matthews. Okay.
Just two quick questions. I see no issue with the request, but where is the annexation piece of this at this time in the process? It's still ETJ now, but where are we with that?
It's on the agenda for tonight.
It's later in the agenda?
It's on the
Okay,
consent
next question
agenda.
is, since the Fork is providing the sanitary sewer, that means that the flow for this project comes out of their number, and it doesn't change our number because they're operating under capacity we provided to them. Is that?
It still has to be flow metered and tracked because it is our capacity at our plant, so it impacts our capacity. But it is whatever capacity they have is really kind of our capacity at that point.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be sure of, because we allot them, or there's the agreement in place that provides them the capacity that they provide to the end user.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure.
One other question I have for the benefit of the board. Could you explain, Mr. Talton, if this is in the ETJ currently or not?
This is not in our ETJ. This would be considered satellite annexation.
Okay.
Ms. Matthews, floor is yours.
My only thing was just for clarification purposes, just the spelling of the LLC and as well as the location. We're missing an S, unless the group's name is Gold, like there's no S. So I guess I'm asking, is it Goldsboro, or is their organization's name no S, Gold?
That's
Because,
correct.
we're used to seeing Goldsboro, so I don't want to add an S if it's
That's
not
right.
supposed to be an S.
I don't think there's an S there, no, ma'am.
Okay, but it also has that where the location is projected location as well. So just for record purposes, we should probably get that updated. This is with the actual the zoning application.
The zoning application, okay. We will get that corrected if necessary. Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments or questions from Mr. Talton at this time? All right, Mr. Talton, do you mind going back to whatever aerial zooms out the most? Does Isaac Smith Road empty out in two directions? Does it go all the way from Community to 581?
Let's see.
I'm 83% sure that it does, but I haven't driven it in a while.
So here's 581.
Yep.
And let's see, to my knowledge, right here is the road that connects to Westbrook and feeds right on in to Isaac Smith Road. And Isaac Smith Road goes all the way
to Community Drive.
Caroline.
It empties out right at that fruit stand, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, or at least we do have two directions. Okay. Council, if there's nothing else from Mr. Talton at this time, again, it's our practice to invite the applicant up if they have anything that they'd like to add to the brief before we actually open the public hearing. So, yes.
So with this annexation, that would satellite annexation that we're going to talk about later on tonight, does that include our fire department and our police department?
Well, the way that fire would be handled, actually, Mr. Livingston, elaborate on that just a little bit, Mr. Talton. Would we be contracting with Rosewood for fire, at least first round coverage?
Yes.
How does that work?
It would be similar to, well, it was out there at, what is it, Abbott's, that was Adair, sorry.
And Walmart.
Yes, those are all, you know, we're not the first responder, it's, you know, but we're, through our MOU, but we provide them fire service through them.
And the police department is the same as we do in Walmart?
Yes, we have to provide services for those locations because they're in the city limits. Or will be, if we annex it.
Would be. And for clarification, the annexation petitions for these other items are actually on the consent agenda. That part was sort of assumed. This would be the meat of the discussion happens right here at the public hearing. So.
That's correct. That's correct. Tonight you'll be setting the public hearing for the actual formal annexation next month.
All right. So with that, let's.
One more question.
Oh yes, sir. Please.
So with this annexation, whose district would that fall in?
Probably. Well, you'd said at the time that we actually get to, but probably one. I would think one.
Because I know Adair Apartments was hers, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I would think one.
All right.
Whoever's got Adair, that's who it's going to be.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. So with that, let's invite the applicant forward if they have anything they'd like to add to the presentation. All right. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Andy Mills. I'm with Colliers Engineering and Design. We're the applicant's engineer for this project. The one thing that I wanted to bring up first, since it was mentioned a couple of times, was about the water pressure. So during our planning board meeting, that was brought to our attention. So we went ahead and contacted Fork Township, coordinated with their consultant. They went out and did the flow test off of the hydrant. One down here was at Westbrook, and there's one just north of our property. There's a gap in between there. So what we're proposing is to close that gap. We'll extend from Westbrook intersection where the line ends. It's an 8-inch water line, and we will extend it to the end of the 8-inch water line that dead ends just about there where it says Isaac, north of our property. So once they went out there and did the flow test, the pressures were low. So once we made the connection and run the model, for the most part, it basically almost doubles the flow that will be coming up. So we have no problem with the fire flow and residual pressures. So just want to make sure we went on and brought that to your attention. Also, once again, staff did a great job at presenting this project just like they did at planning board. So it's not a lot I can say except just reiterate a few things. You know, we're trying to make this a very walkable community with the sidewalks on both sides of the road, trying to interconnect. We're utilizing some walking trails throughout the common areas to make it easy for anyone in any of the townhomes to be able to get up to areas where we're proposing dog parks and recreational areas such as gazebos with little, cookout stations and things of that nature. Of course, stormwater, we know we're meeting all the requirements. We're going into system, collecting in the road, going to the stormwater plans for treatment and volume control. In regards to the commercial side, once again, we're requested to go ahead and have that rezoned for the commercial uses, being right there along the highway, and there will be road improvements once we start submitting to NCDOT. We had some conversations with them, and they said, yeah, well, once we're deciding what's going there, you're not getting a permit till you meet our requirements anyway. So we're good with that. We did go ahead and after planning board, we had discussed, there's just a list. As you can see, we've got about a 2-page list or actually 3 pages of different uses that can go into these type of zonings. And we actually went in there, we cut some of these down. We submitted a copy to the planner today. I thought we had already sent that. And but anyway, we're trying to reduce a lot of the uses that we just don't feel like was going to fit with what we're trying to do right there across the street with a residential community. Also with, we're trying to increase buffers over what the UDO has. We're doing a 10% more increase on our open space. So we feel like this is going to be a really nice neighborhood. We have one item I was just talking to staff about. We had sent, after our planning board meeting, an email, but it looks like it didn't make it on this presentation that we're going to discuss. I don't know if we need to talk about it now, but it's just what it is on our materials that we're looking to use for these townhomes. Once again, we're trying to create a good, affordable home that people can get into here in the area. And on there, the way we've got it in our design standards for the townhome, item number 6, we had it listed in there to be cement fiber for the our outside, and only using vinyl in areas such as soffits and fascia, things of that nature. We would like to have the option too, instead of doing strictly the fiber cement siding, to be able to offer a vinyl mix in there as well, so that we can keep that home down to a good, affordable price for people looking to purchase. And that's something I just spoke to the gentleman here before I came up, and they said they think it's something we could work with. I just wanted to go ahead and be upfront, be transparent with that. That's the only item that we really wanted to look at that was different than what you saw up here tonight. If there's any other questions, just feel free to. The owner's representative is here tonight as well, if you have any questions for them.
Council, any comments or questions for the applicant? Sir, thank you. Stick around if you would. We very well may call you back up for additional questions in just a little bit. All right. All right. So with that, let's open the public hearing. Again, this is a public hearing for item 5.4 CZ 325. This is this is only for this one. We'll move to other ones in just a minute. Item 5.4 CZ 325. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak on CZ 325 Eagles Reach? All right, seeing none, we'll have a second call. Is there anyone to come forward and speak on item 5.4 CZ 325 Eagles Reach?
Chris Cox, 104 Twin Oaks Place. I'm owner of Cox Construction and Properties. I'm a commercial land broker here in Goldsboro. This is a good project. I've never seen this guy before. I've never seen this before tonight, but this is a good project. It's in a good place. You can stand in the road on Isaac Smith and you can see Walmart, Chick-fil-A, Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue. This is where this type of project needs to be. It's a great location, good access. They're going to fix the water issues if there was any. So I just wanted to make the point that this is what Goldsboro needs. We're totally behind the 8 ball and houses that people can afford, and that's my opinion. But it's in contrast to another one that's on the agenda tonight. Just Thank you.
But we'll get to other ones in a minute. But for this one, you're speaking in favor. Perfect.
Yes, I'm in
Thank you.
favor. Very much so.
Is there anyone else wishing to come forward and speak on CZ 325 Eagles Reach? Will be a third and final call. All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Council, what comments, questions, so I know who to ask back up to the podium? Where would we like to begin?
I just have one quick one.
Yes, sir, please.
I do think it's an excellent project. I do think we need to grow on that end of the city. My only apprehension is emergency services. Because we're already stretched thin as far as police are concerned. I just wanted to make sure that we can cover that and give them the protection that they need for emergency services.
And that's a valid comment. Thank you, Commissioner White. We do, like I said, have mutual aid agreements set up with the Rosewood Volunteer Fire Department. They will probably be the primary in case we had such a incident to occur. I do know that Chief West can provide our police protection, but again, that's also with assistance from Wayne County Sheriff's Department, which they currently have for that area right now for Walmart and the other existing shopping center. But yes, sir, duly noted.
Mr. Talton, on this one, to me, it is always a big leap to go all the way to R6 on something. At least with this one, you do have, of course, Walmart across the street, and you do have, Adair Place, which is R6, closely located. With Isaac Smith Road, can that road handle traffic? You do have two exits. I get that. Will there be traffic impact analyses? How does that work?
Again, speaking with DOT, DOT is not requiring any road improvements for this project at this time. But very well could be as that development continues along Isaac Smith Road. And again, with the commercial developments across the street from the townhome development, very well could see some enhancements.
Looks like Isaac Smith Road is going to be appealing. All right. Council, any other comments, questions for Mr. Talton? Yes, Mr. Talton.
As long as council doesn't have any more. Just had a couple. One thing, as the gentleman from the development spoke of, I wanted to make sure does everybody have a copy of the uses that they were wanting to include within the general business zoning district. Do you have that?
Do you have the title of which attachment it is? Each one of them it's in there. I remember clicking it.
Eagles Reach Section 2. Allowed uses for the conditional zoning district for the general business conditional zoning.
I thought I clicked it.
Page number, anybody?
I was thinking he said he just gave you that today.
Yes, I didn't know if you had it already.
We did not get it in our
if it's not in there,
packet, no,
then
sir.
it was a different one that I clicked. Thank you, Councilwoman. So with that, Mr. Talton, would you mind reading it into the record? Or
Sure,
is
it's a
too
long
of a-
list. I did not know if we had copies for the council or not. Do we have copies, Mr. Allen?
It's 3 pages.
It's 3 pages long? Okay. Then, and so this is the list of things that would be permitted. It may be shorter, Mr. Talton, if you've been doing this a long time, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Sure. I'll be glad to go through it.
Are there things that stand out that are not permitted? Because obviously we understand general business is all-inclusive. Are there things that are expressly not included that you believe are of note? And take your time if you need to. I realize it's awkward standing at the podium.
Auto painting and body shops.
Is expressly prohibited.
This would be prohibited, yes, sir. Any automotive repair, any automotive sales new. Bus terminals, charter bus services. Now, he's also submitted a list of special uses, but again, keep in mind, this is not a regular traditional zoning district. This is a conditional zoning district. So there won't be any special uses. Whatever council permits, if you would approve this tonight, that's what is included as a use by right for the zoning district. But, so I wanted to bring that to your attention. Okay. Okay. So the special uses right now, everything that is crossed out. Again, adult establishments would not be a part of this rezoning request. Cemeteries, automobile sales used, borrow pits, cell towers, crematoriums, internet cafes, water towers.
And there is a hard copy being circulated. It's working its way down the dais.
Yes. Sexually oriented businesses, tattoo parlors, trucking terminals, and services. Those are ones that stand out to me that would not be considered as uses by right in this district.
Having scanned that, and again, I know I'm putting you on the spot
Yes,
here.
sir.
Having scanned that, is there anything on there that you would request this council simply table and allow you time to go back and discuss? I realize you've got, Mr. Helmer, if you would like to look as well, that's up to you. I want to make sure that everyone, that council as well as all layers of administration are versed on what we would be approving, because as you say, there are no future special use permits. It would be an approved list.
That's
So
right.
this is our one chance to make sure we get it correct.
Sir, Mayor, I have no other comments regarding the use. I have no objections to what he's proposed.
Okay.
And everything that's marked out is what it cannot be. That's correct.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Boyette, I saw your hand go up.
I don't recall in 2 decades of planning of this GB being tossed into this sort of request. However, if I'm understanding this correct, the applicant is simply stating these are the things that would be allowed in GB that we're proactively saying will not be allowed in GB. They're not asking for something that would not be. They're basically limiting, not adding. Is that
Exactly.
correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, and that's certainly okay. So
Mayor, just one other comment outside of this.
It becomes a separate district, so it's general business conditional, and they've specified what they're allowing within that district through that piece of paper there that we.
That's good.
And in reviewing that list, it looks like it's in keeping with the conformity of everything else that's in that Walmart shopping center and in that area.
In many ways, it is to that point narrowed down to neighborhood business already. It's very close.
Yes, ma'am.
At least from what I recall. Give this just a few more minutes to let it work its way all the way across the dais. Madam Clerk, would you like the list of permitted uses read into the record, or can we simply hold on to the hard copy and hand it to you and it'll be included in the official?
I was going to add it to the agenda packet, and then I can add it into the minutes.
Perfect, just making sure. Yes, sir.
And I don't have an issue with this because I get what the applicant's doing is he's proactively limiting the available uses within that GB as it stands, basically to protect the homes and the integrity of the other businesses there. So that's what all I wanted to clarify was this was a step back, not a step forward with existing GB. So I commend the applicant because that will certainly control that property as we approve it, no matter what happens moving forward, unless it was to come back again. So.
And those uses that were considered as special uses, at this time, they do have supplemental regulations. We will continue to enforce those supplemental regulations as a permitted use. So, Mayor, the only other comment I have, with your permission, is just to let you know that, as the applicant stated, they did provide a fire flow analysis for staff. We have shared that with our fire marshal and our fire department chief. They are currently reviewing it, asking questions of the development, just to make sure that they have a comfort level with the establishment. And if everything, again, checks out, just like you've said, they, of course, would want to move forward with it. But again, they did want to let you know tonight that just because they received it today, they want to make sure their I's are dotted and T's crossed before they make any judgment at this time.
On exactly what those
Exactly. And again, that's what the comment I made. Again, we're going to make sure, even if the rezoning's approved, we still have to go through site plan development and the application process. If they meet those requirements, those regulations, that's all going to be encompassed in that review process. So again, we won't even break ground until that issue has been resolved, with or without the rezoning.
All right, so y'all correct me. The form of motion on this one would be that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, is there any additional language that I need to add to that, since there's a couple of things that are added here, or is it based on the conditions recommended by planning staff? Did we all agree on what those are? We'll make sure that staff is conferred so that the minutes can be accurately reflected and there's no debate about this later.
Right, so the items that we mentioned today with regards to applicant mentioned the vinyl siding and it being used in other construction.
In your brief, there were a list of bullets. Was that one of the bullets? I
Yes,
thought
sir.
so.
It
Okay.
was.
So
And-
is there anything on your list of bullets that was not, other than the list that was just circulated? Can you
Can't think of anything outside of the fire flow report.
All right. Okay. So with that, the conditions recommended by planning staff, for the record, would be the list of businesses to be excluded from the general business zoning list, the fire flow report, and the bulleted list provided as part of the brief.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? All clear on what we're discussing? So when we say based on, is there a motion to approve based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, it's those three things, those three lists. Are we all good? All right. So with that, is there a motion to approve or to deny based on the, to adopt the ordinance with the inclusion of the consistency statement based on the conditions recommended by planning staff or the contrary?
Mayor, I would make a motion that we approve item CZ 325 as recommended and presented by staff to us.
All right.
I'll make a second.
All right. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, you agree? Is that accurately for what you need? Well, hold on. I haven't even called debate yet.
Yeah, we're good.
You good? All right. Council, is there any debate on that? Hearing none, please cast your vote electronically if possible. Give it 10 seconds for that. I did not, did I?
Okay, close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Did we do
I don't.
Finish, if you don't mind.
I thought that I did at the third one. All right, so with that,
if you did, I didn't
so
read it.
point of order, I need to go back, officially close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed. I thought I did that after the third one.
You may
I did
have,
not.
but I didn't note it. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're good. Now we've officially done that. So a motion is now on the floor. Motion has been made and properly seconded to approve with subject to the conditions stated herein. Votes are being tallied. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion, there we go, perfect. Motion passes unanimously. All right, motion passes on a 6-0 vote. Council, with that, we have moved through the lion's share of, well, I say that. We have moved through at least a couple of our public hearing pieces. It is our practice that after an hour and a half, which would be 7 o'clock, we do take a quick nature break. Council is 10 minutes adequate? I want everyone to be able to take a proper break and stand up for just a second. All right, so with that, we will reconvene at 7:05 Apple time. Stand in recess. We've made it halfway through our public hearings. For those following along on our agenda, we just finished CZ 325, which is item 4 on our agenda. We'll now be moving to CZ 425, which is item 5 on our agenda, Tucker Trace. This is another one that is conditional zoning. As I said earlier, the special use permit we did earlier is the only one that is special use. This one will also be conditions laid upon the zoning layer at the guidance of our planning department. So with that, Mr. Livingston, anything to add, or would you go straight back to
I
Mr.
have
Talton?
no introductory comments, Mr. Mayor.
Easy enough. Mr. Talton, Mr. Helmer, one of you. There we go. All right.
You'll see again, title of this rezoning is Tucker Trace. This property is located on the south side of Tommy's Road between US Highway 117 North and Deems Lane. Here's a top-down view of conceptual site plan. If you'll follow my pointer here, this is 117, the extension of North William Street. Here's Tommy's Road to your right. Tommy's Road comes all the way to where there used to be a connection here. There is no longer a connection at this time. There's a cul-de-sac that terminates at the end of this road. Here is a private access road called Deems Lane. This is not a public road, a private road. Let's see. Moving forward, this is for a residential subdivision consisting of 120 single-family detached residential lots and 4 commercial lots, proposing to be within the corporate limits of the city of Goldsboro. As you'll see, the small lots here are all proposed as residential, with the larger lots along Tommy's being commercial. Moving forward, this property is approximately 56 acres. The owner, Mark's Farms. The applicant, again, is Mark's Farms, LLC, care of Mr. Matt Botson. The current zoning for this property is highway business, residential 16. The proposed zoning is for residential 6 and general business conditional zoning districts. The proposed use is for single family and commercial development. Our current zoning map, again, highway business, R16 conditional, sorry, that's existing zoning. Surrounding zoning to the north is R16, RM9, to the south R16, east R16, and west general business. Here's our future land use map showing medium density residential in this area, mixed use and mixed use 2. Our Envision 35, which is our comprehensive land use plan, identifies the property as being within the medium density mixed use 1 and mixed use 2 land use categories. Medium and density, high density residential land uses have been designated for areas that have water or sewer, or there are plans to extend water sewer service to those areas. Although the requested R6 conditional zoning district is not a corresponding zoning district in the medium density land use category, Goldsboro's comp plan encourages higher density development where city water and sewer services are available or will be available. The mixed use 1 and 2 land use categories allows for a mixture of commercial uses, some of which may or may not have an impact on or produce some conflict with adjacent lower density districts. Although the general business zoning district is not a corresponding zoning district within the medium density land use category, staff believe that commercial development could promote high quality accessible developments serving the needs of the community and the surrounding area. At this time, the proposed rezoning, we believe, is consistent with the land use and density recommendations of the UDO. In some site-specific information, the developer is planning on providing 5,600 linear feet of roadway, 6,800 linear feet of water mains, 5,600 linear feet of sewer mains, 3,200 linear feet of sidewalks, and 2,600 linear feet of private trails. Here you'll see coming off of Williams Street are 2 access points into the proposed subdivision, which is a state-maintained street. According to NCDOT, no roadway improvements will be required for this proposed subdivision. The proposed 120-lot subdivision will be constructed as a 4-phase residential development project. If it were approved, it will begin in July of 2026. Here again is a conceptual plan of the single-family residential lots and commercial lots. These are open spaces here where there's an existing cell tower. Other spaces are reserved for stormwater control measures, as well as active and passive open space areas. Density, 2.6 dwelling units per acre is being proposed. Sewer and water will be extended by the developer to the site from Commerce Drive. Developer will be responsible for public streets, sidewalks, parking, street signs, and lighting. A portion of the project does contain a protected blue line stream with riparian buffers and delineated wetlands. All proposed lots will be outside of these environmentally sensitive areas. These areas will be owned and managed by a homeowners association. The blue line stream crossing will meet the City of Goldsboro standards and be permitted by the Department of Environmental Quality. Of course, the site will have to meet our stormwater prevention ordinance. They have been identified on this site plan. This is some easements to our stormwater control components of this site. Here's a rendering of the subdivision sign, which there will be 2 located at each entrance. There will be a mail kiosk and parking associated with mail delivery. Again, there will be a required open space. It will be provided with 18.9 acres of open space. Will include active playgrounds, basketball court, mail kiosk and walking trails, and passive stormwater green space and required buffer areas. Landscaping will exceed our ordinance. A 15-foot wide type B buffer will surround the entire development. These are some building elevations of the proposed homes, again built to the North Carolina Building Code. If it's approved, this rezoning will be required to, the applicant will be required to make application for a preliminary subdivision review, of which our TRC will review the plan for compliance with development standards and conditions of the zoning district. The following are agreed upon deviations from our minimum development standards of our UDO. These deviations will become conditions of the zoning district. The applicant has proposed the following as conditions for the requested R6 conditional zoning district approval. See, the height says 2-story maximum. Any cantilevered projection shall have cosmetic brackets, self-support directly underneath them. All dwelling units shall have either a 2-car or a 1-car garage. Garage door shall have windows or decorative hardware. All corner lot units shall have a minimum of 1 window facing the public right-of-way. To ensure a visual variety and maintain aesthetic appeal, no home will feature the same exterior siding and trim color combination as a house directly adjacent to or directly across the street from it. Planning staff is of the opinion that the conditional rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of the comp plan and the land use map with regards to medium density residential mixed use 1 and 2 land use designation. Staff is of the opinion that the project will provide for the public safety and meet transportation utility demands while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments. Planning staff is of the opinion that the R6 General Business Zoning District will not impair or injure the health, welfare, and safety of the public, as well as that we believe the proposal will address Goldsboro's housing shortage, offering increased housing options and affordability while providing economic, social, and environmental benefits that enhance residents and their quality of life. Therefore, the planning staff is recommending approval of the proposed R6 General Business Conditional Zoning District with all agreed upon conditions. So the Planning Commission at their September 29th meeting voted unanimously to support this proposal with the attached recommended conditions of approval. You will see that in your packet tonight. You'll also see in front of you something that was the clerk has just passed to you, showing the permitted uses that are being requested of the applicant and those that are being prohibited by the applicant. At this time, Mayor, this concludes staff's presentation and I'm available for comment or question.
All right, council, what comments or questions do we have for Mr. Talton at this time? Yes, sir, I see your hand up.
It's been so long ago, I can't remember. I remember as a planning chair visiting this site with a developer years ago that was looking to put a automobile dealership there. Is it possible that you know what year that was? Because I have another question as why I'm asking that. I know it's been a long time ago.
I was here at that time. I remember those hearings. Unfortunately, I do not know the exact date of when that was done.
Well, did we back then take any action with a change of zone, or so far back I can't remember? Because the reason that I wanted to know that, and our next speaker says they're going to answer that question, but the reason that I asked, just so folks would know, was whether or not that discussion happened before or after 2013, whenever the committee that I chaired redid the comp plan the last time and designated what this property was. So that's why I was asking, was it before or after 13? But it looks like somebody's going to provide that answer.
Very good.
That's going to
Very
speak,
good.
so.
I do believe, again, there was quite a couple of hearings, I believe, on this particular piece of property. I wanted to say that it was rezoned to highway business. Conditional, it was a condition at that time, because there was discussion about, like you said, Councilman Boyette, about the new car dealerships and a transitional zoning district, O&I, being located near the rear of the site so that it would be an adequate buffer to any residential uses in that area, or that were going to be, hopefully in the future if there were. But again, I'll defer back to anybody that wants to speak.
Yeah, I was just curious whether or not it was before or after 13. So
yeah, it was after 13 because I was here at that time. I was here over in the planning department.
You don't have to date yourself.
Sorry.
Yeah, let me do that.
I'm good.
All right. Anyone else have comments or questions for Mr. Talton at this time? All right, don't go too far. All right, it is our practice that we then invite the applicant up to come and speak if they have anything to add to the brief.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Robert Bartlett, Bartlett Engineering and Surveying, representing the applicant for this request. Not a whole lot to add, I don't guess, to what staff has presented and what planning board has approved. However, we do understand that letters have been written and expressing some opposition and some concerns related to this. So maybe we'll point out a few things that haven't been pointed out. First of all, I guess related to the current zoning, the majority of the property being currently zoned highway business.
although conditional, still zone highway business. With what's being proposed, much less commercial, so we're certainly reducing the intensity of what's being proposed, smaller amount of commercial and more residential. Understand there, certainly may be concern about the R6 designation and being a greater density than that R16 that exists. However, looking at the plan and what's being proposed, the density is at a 2.6. So, that's a pretty low density for residential. So even though the R6 would tend to be a medium to a little bit higher density zoning, the plan that is being proposed is more in the line with a low density zoning. So I feel that that's important. The letter that we did see on behalf of the adjoining property owners expressed concerns with stormwater. I understand that maybe since the bypass was put in and interchange, they've experienced some issues there. All I can say with that is, any development has to meet stormwater regulations. There's requirements for controlling peak flow, so peak flow does not exceed, with post-development, does not exceed the pre-development, so certainly all of that will be addressed. The developers really try to do some things to what we feel protect the adjoining property owners. We recognize that maybe some what you would consider estate homes there adjoining the property, and are providing that buffer, perimeter landscape buffer the whole way around it. At staff's recommendation as we work through the proposed plan, there is one stub street that would be stubbing towards Dean's Lane. As you know, with subdivision regulations require stubbing to adjoining properties, providing service to adjoining properties, but recognizing with the private drive there, basically Dean's Lane serving those properties, and understanding that, really may not want a connection. The plan is providing a right-of-way stub, just one, to meet the requirements to do that. But with the plan, and you may not have seen this or realized this, but the plan is to provide the right-of-way, but leave the street improvements short and provide additional buffer there. So not only where the homes are, but even with the stub street, providing buffer to that adjoining property. Also, if you look back, can we go to the plan? Yeah, so that one will be good. So if you notice, it's really a very limited number of residential lots that directly abut the adjoining property there. So we feel like with the combination of reduced commercial, buffers are being provided, the limited number of residences abutting the adjoining property, feel the development is really proposing to do all it can to protect that development adjacent to it. We recognize that a lot of times people in somewhat more rural areas don't want development coming, but the properties in the ETJ is not similar to the last proposal that was presented that was outside the ETJ. This is in the ETJ. It is already zoned. It could go in there right now with highway business zoning. And another thing the letter brought up, I believe, was concerns with traffic. DOT has seen the plan. Do have an email back. Staff has that. At this time, DOT sees no issues with the plan or with traffic concerns or with any road improvements to be required. That could certainly change once commercial site plan is submitted. What's proposed right now is primarily the residential, with the commercial coming at a future date. So DOT would certainly be looking at that in the future when a site specific for commercial plans are submitted, and they would certainly require whatever needed to accommodate the transportation and traffic. I believe you do have, was handed out the list for the commercial. Those are the items that would be prohibited, pretty extensive of the more intense and maybe less desirable type uses that are otherwise allowed in general business are specifically prohibited and excluding with this request. So any questions or anything else I may be able to answer, be glad to do that.
Council, comments or questions for the applicant? All right, I want to ask one. You referenced the density, the actual density number, and that it was actually a little bit less dense than the R6 that's being requested. By any chance, have y'all had that conversation? What would it, if it goes through as currently suggested, would that be equivalent to a 16 or a 12, or is it really and truly R6 based on the math?
I think, Mayor, what he's talking about is the actual lot sizes are the R6, and but when they're looking at the density, they're calculating all the open space and other things in that factor. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, I think that question was directed more to staff. But so in working with staff through it, just felt that the R6 was sort of the most appropriate based on lot sizes. But there again, with the amount of open space and other particulars to the property and the number of lots within that acreage, it would certainly fit an R16. I mean, you could call it an R16 as long as those lot sizes and setbacks that are presented and proposed were part of the conditional R16 zoning.
This type of subdivision is like conservation
plan.
Design. It's like conservation design subdivision. So they're taking the sensitive environmental area, and by decreasing the lot sizes, they're able to preserve the open space and enhance sensitive environmental areas.
Towards the top of the map, is that what you're?
Yeah.
All right, Council, any other comments, questions for the applicant? All right, sir, if you'd have a seat, and then again, don't go far in case there are additional questions. All right. So with that, let's open the public hearing for item 5.5 on our agenda, CZ 425, Tucker Trace. Is there anyone to come forward and speak?
Repeat the request that I made previously. We learned about this situation on October 7th, and I would ask that this hearing be continued to give us time to get prepared.
We'll do it as part of your time, but if there are any additional things that you'd like to add, because obviously council does have deliberations in front of them.
Mayor, may I interject for just a moment?
Please.
Out of fairness to Mr. Smith, at the break, he asked if he could have more time than 5 minutes. And then,
can we pause this time right now?
Yeah, we'll
yeah.
Just pause.
Yeah.
Then I believe Mr. Metzler asked someone else to ask if he could defer his 5 minutes to Mr. Smith. Now, did that come up? I just have the rules. But certainly, the way the rules are written is each speaker can only speak once.
Right.
Each speaker has a 5-minute time limit. Right. Under paragraph 3, it does state, unless otherwise authorized by the presiding officer. And so I just point that out. So because the request was made before Mr. Smith started to talk, I thought it'd be fair for you to know that so you can and the council can decide how you're going to proceed, because these are your rules, not my rules.
Unless council opines to the contrary, I would like to remain consistent with our policy as stated, at 5 minutes per speaker. Again, I would like to remain consistent. I feel like we've done that we've been very consistent for the last couple of years. I want to stay that way, unless there's any objection from council. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
With him already requesting to have it continue, can we deliberate on that to see if we're going to honor that request before we even get into the 5 minutes and the speakers? Because there's a request that I would like for us to consider before we, if that's okay.
Well, the hesitation there, I do think it is something that we need to consider, but right now this is the published public hearing, and the applicant would generally be the one that is saying if they want to request a continuance, or if they want to walk it back for a minute, we would honor that because they're the applicant. If we open the door to anyone with an objection requesting a continuance and by default getting that, I don't feel like we're doing our justice to the applicant themselves. So I'd like to continue with the public hearing. Again, just in deference to all involved, I'd like to continue the public hearing. We can restart the clock and allow Mr. Smith to. Okay.
Your Honor, with all due respect, I would, by my calculations, people speaking on behalf of this have spent 21 minutes talking about their efforts to support this project. You're cutting us to just a few minutes, and they've had months to prepare, and we've just asked for a little bit of time to be able to respond.
And you very well may get it, Mr. Smith. I'd like to remain consistent with our policy. I'd like to remain consistent with each person having 5 minutes. Again, the purpose of having the applicant come up forward is to allow those that want to make comments to be able to make those comments in the most informed manner possibly. So if it's possible, I'd like to go back to the public hearing, get in order. Mr. Metzler, I believe you wanted to begin. Mr. Metzler, and then whoever chooses to come next.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for giving me some time. I want to talk a little bit about what peak flow is. They said that stormwater was designed to meet peak flow. This is peak flow.
If you will.
Oh.
This is peak flow at Dean's Lane. Yeah, pass those around.
Get back to the microphone.
I'm going to talk a little bit about, we had to divide this up a little bit about our water concerns. Right now at about a 2-inch rainfall event, my driveway floods, Wilman's driveway floods. We're taking the bulk of the water off a 53-acre site. Currently, there's 0 impervious area on this site. It's 100% farm field. I've got some pictures not included in that. After a big rain, the field is covered with water where it sits. We're talking about adding impervious area and a lot of it. We had asked for a continuance to push this off so we could get our engineer up here to talk. He needs a little more time for the calculations. Just looking at the rough math, and I know they've got stormwater control devices, but we're looking at adding an additional 300,000 gallons of water that's got to go somewhere when you when it rains 1 inch. So picture a gallon of water when you pour it in the field. Where does it go? It sits in the field. If you pour it on a sidewalk, it's got to go somewhere. So the stormwater devices are helpful, but at the end of the day, it's got to go under an 18-inch culvert at Dr. Wilman's house and a 30-inch culvert under my driveway. Both of those are on private property. I heard the gentleman that spoke before me talk about everybody is opposed to development. We are not opposed to development. The rezoning request was in 2016. We found a way to work with a car dealership to put a car dealership there where it wouldn't impact our property. And that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, will not impact traffic. How many people work at Deacon Jones? Maybe 15. How many people are on the lot buying a car? Maybe 15 on a really good day. If we're putting 120 houses that can each have 2 cars, that's 240 vehicles trying to get out onto William Street without a stoplight across 5 lanes of traffic. I would encourage council to go out to this intersection at 5 o'clock and try and leave. Mr. White, I've heard you mention before traffic concerns. This is a major concern to get folks out of our neighborhood and onto William Street. Traffic's going to be a big one. Water's going to be a big one. We're not as concerned with property value. I think the open space is a little deceptive because if you look at your map, when you go back and review it, all the open space is unbuildable areas. It's within the fall radius of the cell tower. It's within the power line easements. So if it's the same as R16, let's keep it R16. Because R16 equates to 60 houses, not 120 houses, because they can't put them in those open spaces. These are areas that you cannot build. What am I forgetting?
There you go.
We're not anti-development. One other thing, the guy before me did say that he wanted to be a good neighbor. They talked about putting in buffers. We got some people from the neighborhood here. Has anybody been contacted by the developer?
If you would direct your comments
Okay.
forward, I understand.
No, nobody has been contacted by the developer. This is a plan that was put in place by a developer. My fear is y'all are going to rezone it. It's going to be zoned. It's going to be a shovel-ready project for something the least restrictive business district, the highest density residential housing, and then y'all have lost control of it. I know they've said some things that they're not going to put there, but once it's general business, if they go market it and sell it to somebody else, it's general business. I mean, I have not seen the list. It was not part of the public packet that they sent out saying what could not go there, but y'all are losing your chance to control the property. And that's a shame in my eyes. The city of Goldsboro has very limited commercial space available. This is prime for commercial development. That's why we thought the car lot would be good there. This is not a good spot to put 120 houses to try and get out on William Street. Come on.
All right, there you go. You're fine.
Sorry, but I'm trying to move quickly.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We're not going to start the clock until you're in place.
I'll deal with this. So I'm going to have to skip around a little bit because of the time limitation that I've got. And again, I will renew my request to postpone this public hearing or reschedule it for completion at a later date. We do have serious concerns about the stormwater. Mr. Metzler didn't get to it, I don't think, but we see the flood or the water coming off this property is tripling because of the impervious surfaces created by this.
Oh, the timer didn't start?
I'm waiting for.
There you go. If you would, just put it at 4:30 and let's go.
Okay. So.
Give us just a second, please.
Okay.
IT's working on it.
All right.
Okay.
Please
I'll start from a different point.
Thank you.
One thing that I trust, I hope this council is familiar with, is the legislation was passed in 2024 relating to downzoning of properties, and I'm seeing a couple of nods, but essentially, if you do this, it can't be changed back. That's a new law passed in 2024. I would encourage the council to consider Coates Canons, published by the School of Government, which talks about this issue, and essentially a landowner has a claim against, or you actually without permission or without the request and consent of a developer, you can't ever downzone property. Once you've allowed it with broad uses available, you cannot. It is illegal to rezone it to a higher level. You couldn't go from R6 to R16 ever again. The hearing was in 2015, and I've got the minutes of that back in my, or the result of that prior hearing, actually right here in front of me. It did go at that point from R16 to highway business and a 300-foot buffer of R16. The property owners that were there then are largely there now, and they did not oppose that as long as they got their 3,000-foot buffer. That deal was done. It was all R16 before this. They went along with this. This is a whole different animal. What the council is required to consider pursuant to your ordinance is that whether the proposed rezoning corrects an error or meets the challenge of some changing condition, trend, or fact. That does not apply. Second, the proposed rezoning is compatible with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive plan and accompanying land use plan. Well, the comprehensive plan recommends this for medium density housing or mixed use. The R6 is not in medium density housing. The other issue is, and this is not level, but I'm not going to lose my time to it. You look around for other R6, there's nothing. This is our site right here, rezoned highway business at R16. There is nothing that is in R6. There's an R9 right here across the road, but it looks like it's for one tiny little development. But it is completely incompatible with the existing land uses or with the existing zoning. The other thing that is directed by, I'm sorry, to the extent that you can't see it there, you can see south of it there. Again, no R6 anywhere near it. The other issue, the other aspect of this is it consistent with existing land uses? If you look at the existing land uses adjoining this property, the average acreage for one residence is over 11 acres. This existing property is a very, very low density development. You're required to consider whether or not this is inconsistent with existing land uses, and I submit to you that it is neither consistent with the zoning nor consistent with the land uses. Y'all have talked about city services. I'm not going to get into that too much. And the last thing is, will it impair or injure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public? We've heard a statement about traffic. It's a concern. It takes several minutes. Last thing I'm going to point out, and I don't like doing this, but you've also got to consider the developer. In this case, the developer is owned by the same people as Mark's Clearing and Grading, and in the last couple of weeks, they've been served with a lawsuit seeking $6 million in damages for failing to build the roads, the infrastructure, as they contractually agreed to do. $6 million out of an $8 million project they say is done wrong. The allegations are they failed to properly construct the roads. The crowns in the roads were missing. They were dangerous shoulders. There was settling of all the conduit crossings. There was seam cracking. There was cracking pavement. There were improperly installed shoulders. Grading was performed poorly.
That is your time.
I understand.
However, I'm sure there are other speakers, and so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if you would like to, yeah.
I have a question about these photos.
Yes.
So on that map that you had, can you show me where these photos were taken?
The photos were all taken along Dean's Lane, and actually the other map that was shown by Mr. Talton earlier would do a better job of that. I don't know if we can pull that back up on the screen or not, but yeah, and he's taller than I am, so he can point it out better than I can.
So the photos, I'll get to the bigger overall view.
If we can do it quickly, we will. If not, I want to allow anyone else that's here to speak, and then of course we can continue with questions. Anyone can be pulled back up.
Dean's Lane runs down here where it goes into Tommy's Road. A couple of those photos were taken at the intersection of Dean's Lane. The ones that look like they're in the woods, that's my driveway with approximately 6 inches of water coming across it.
Yes, ma'am.
My question, Mr. Smith, it was for Mr. Smith. I just wanted to learn more about that law that you said about in 2024. My specific question is, you're saying if we approve this as a R6, we couldn't change it to a R16. It will always be a R6.
Not without the consent of the landowner at the time.
Okay. So the landowner would have to agree that they want it to go to a R16 or for us to change it. Mm-hmm. But the likelihood of that happening, giving the proposal now, not including the current applicant, just giving the proposal now, that is probably unlikely. Because it's more beneficial to be a R6. but the land itself is really suited for a R16 if it's going to be some residences proposed for that area. Okay.
And
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've not seen any record of the limitations on the general business, but do I understand that there are actually limitations provided that were submitted to the council but not submitted to us? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. White.
I know that Mr. Metzler said that some of the land out there was inhabitable. You couldn't build upon it. Is that the reason why it was zoned the way it's zoned?
I can't answer that question. I just know there's a gas line underneath that, and there are overhead power lines, and so you've got large easements, and that's what they're using as their open space.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council before we continue? Yes, sir.
I'm just going to point out that what Attorney Smith was referring to regarding the downzoning, that was one of a handful of land use related changes the General Assembly made that the League of Municipalities was not in favor of, because municipalities feel like we should be able to make our own decisions and not be made for us in that regard. So that is correct, and it was unfortunate in my opinion as well that passed.
Not the only bad law that's been passed. Anything further?
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else to come forward and speak on 5.5? There we go. Good to see you again.
Chris Cox, 104 Twin Oaks Place. Could I get the map? I'm very familiar with this piece of land. I was involved in the rezoning the first time. So could I get that map of the where it shows the MX1 on the?
I'll tell you what, let's pause this clock, get the appropriate visual aid on the screen, and then we'll start.
There it is.
That one? All right. Thank you.
He's going to need to either get a mic or move. Or...
Yeah, stay close to the mic, though, so we can record for the record.
To give some context, this land was about 50 acres in size, and it was sold to Stevenson. They were going to put Stevenson Honda there at one time. And when we went through the rezoning, it was nauseatingly talked about how it should be zoned to get that to be allowed there. And if you'll see, the actual MX1 only goes to part of this property right here, right? So if you'll go to the next map where it's zoned HB1, you'll see that that line just touches the existing zoning map. One more. Right there. You see how that line right there? Well, that circle touches that line right there at one point. And that's how that line was put in there, because the MX1 doesn't include this property, right? So it's not encompassed in that area that was even talked about. And that created a natural 300 feet buffer of R16. And that was, the Stevensons talked to the adjoining landowners about it and negotiated that when they had it done the first time. So that's not just done I want a line here. I mean, there was a lot thought of going into it from the previous boards, right? So now they're coming back and wanting to down zone with HB. But again, there's a 200-foot wide power line easement going through there. You've got some low areas. I mean, they're going to be there anyway, whether it's R6 or R16. So to put R6, a lot of people don't even know what R6 and R16 means, right? In practical sense. A R6 lot is 50 feet wide. It's not even as wide as this room. And it's 120 feet deep. R16 is double that. It's 100 feet wide and 160 feet deep. Huge difference, right? And that means a lot when you're doing a development. Like somebody earlier said, it's probably half the density. And I'm sure these landowners, they want to see it develop. They wanted to see it develop more in line with how it was originally planned to begin with, to create that natural buffer, or a buffer, between basically rural area. I mean, there's, like Mr. Henry said, there's no R9 within a mile of this site. So again, as you can tell, I'm in favor of development totally, but I'm in favor of development that meets what's been looked at by other boards previous to this board, and to why it was done that way. And if there's any questions, I could probably answer them, because I've had this area for a long time.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Comments, questions, Council? All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone further to come forward and speak on CZ 425, Tucker Trace?
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Vance Edwards. I'm a contiguous landowner there. I've been out there about 20 years, and I'm vehemently against this. My friend and partner, Paul Willman, can't be here tonight, but he would say the same. As everyone said, we're in favor of a development there. That's been a farmland for a long time, and we've known something might go there. When they came through before with the R16, we did discuss that. The developer came to us. We had a lot of discussions. It was a nice back and forth. He respected where we were with and why we went out there, to have some privacy and to be still close to town. And we came up with this very acceptable large buffer, and they had all the trees they were going to plant, and it was really a nice plan, and we felt pretty good about that. I think from our standpoint, it's not just about land value. I think this would be extremely detrimental to us, but we would like to have a nice neighborhood go in there. I think the R16 would be more like 40 or 50 homes. There's power lines everywhere. There's gas lines. There's that big cell tower, and all they've done is looked at exactly where they can build away from those areas and crammed as many homes as they can in there. And I just would love to see something go in there that complements the area. I can tell you, just going down Dean's Lane, and then, which is a private road that me and my partner paved ourselves for the benefit of us and our neighbors. And when you go on Tommy Road, where they're going to have two openings on, and now you go to the end and you come to the 117, it can take me. It is kind of dangerous. Like, there's two lanes there, and there's a median there that's right there, right before you get to the gas station across the street. There's two lanes. There's a median, which is right there, which is, you almost have to go around. It's not easy. And two more lanes. And for me to get out with no light at a stop sign, I can sit there for a minute or two with all the traffic coming off the highway. I can't imagine 240 homes, or 120 homes, 240 cars, with back and forth all day. You could have 2,000-3,000 goings and comings. I can tell you, trying to get, I don't know if you can put a light there, because there's a light right next to it before you go on the highway. It's a congested area. You may have more business going on the other side of that Kangaroo or whatever it is. It's going to be tough. I mean, I could just see trying. It's kind of a little dangerous pulling out now. So I know sometimes the traffic concerns are not as huge as others, but I can tell you, driving that every day, it's made a big change just from where it is now. But yeah, I mean, we'd love to see something go there. That'd be good for the city, but this is really horrible for us, and I hope you guys can take that into consideration when you think about this.
Is there anyone else to come forward and speak on CZ 425 Tucker Trace? We only have one permitted speaking session per session, as you've already. Wait, you spoke when you were just doing the briefing, correct? Yeah. All right, yes, sir. If you'd like to. If you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I could take some time to talk about some of the things that have been presented. the idea of zoning and losing control and all of that, this is a conditional zoning. It's not a just zoning, so then you get whatever you get. It's a conditional zoning. But other things like that I could address. But I have spoken with the developer, and it has been requested from some of the people that have spoke for, to delay this, not act on it now. And from the developer side, would ask that you do that. Give us a time. We would not like to just delay and then come back and have these same conversations again. We would ask to postpone it, give an opportunity for us and the developer and the property owners to schedule a time to meet and talk through some things and see what can be worked out. So we are asking, as well as they've already requested by letter, to postpone this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So council, now, is there anyone else to come forward and speak on CZ 425 Tucker Trace? Okay. Council, we have a couple of options in front of us. Of course, now both parties have requested that this be continued to another date. So my question to council is, as of right now, the public hearing is still open. Would you like to continue the public hearing in its open state to a date certain, which I presume would be the first meeting in December, correct?
It's whatever you choose, Mayor.
Okay. Unfortunately, that is the Monday right after Thanksgiving holiday, but that would be the next time that we are taking on primarily zoning-based matters. So I want to ask you if that's okay. The first meeting in December, if it were council's pleasure to remain open until the first meeting in December, would that give you an opportunity?
Yeah, I think from our standpoint it would be. There are a lot of individuals to coordinate and schedules.
It would either be that or the first meeting in January.
Yeah. Would that day have to be set now, or could we notify planning staff within a couple of weeks when we've had time to maybe coordinate, if we can coordinate schedules or not?
Generally, we table to a date certain. So I would prefer to do a date certain, even if we have to continue it again.
Can I ask a question, though?
Yes.
So I think it's noble of the developer to be willing to postpone, or I don't want to use the word delay, but postpone to give some more time. So would the developer be open to speaking to those individuals? Because I know they wanted to get their engineer and they wanted to do their due diligence, which is unheard of for me. So I think it's pretty cool, and would love to honor them in doing that. If you guys could get together, if you would ask what would be best for them, since you guys are willing to allow them time to do that.
Right.
Is that an
I mean,
option?
if I understand a date has to be set, it just can't be open-ended. So if we can do December, and then if we're all able to coordinate and get together and it works for both sides for it to be, and if we need to postpone to January, then that be understood.
Even if you just simply notify staff that you would like to continue again, that is something that we have seen done. We the city did it on one of our own annexation requests. So with that, again, that is one hypothetical that council can now decide of either. Thank you. Yeah,
thank you.
So either continue to a date certain, it would be the first meeting in the month of December. We can vote to approve. We can vote to deny outright. What is the pleasure of council?
I think we should give both parties a chance to come back before us.
Okay.
And my recommendation would be in January instead of December. We're already in November, and we've got the holidays. They're going to have to contact engineers. They're going to have to contact other individuals they want to bring in to speak. I think it would be best if we just postpone it to the first meeting in January to afford them the proper timing for them to all be able to connect.
I will simply opine on that ideally we would keep the first meeting in December a little bit lighter, given that it is right on the tail end of a. Yes, sir.
I was going to make that same suggestion, just to put it to the first of the year. I don't think anybody would be in opposition to that, and was going to make one final comment, and then if it was okay, I was going to make a motion to that effect. But I'm encouraged to see that everyone can try to work together and figure something out, because there was a lot of that same work that was done 10 years ago whenever I was planning chair, and driving back and forth out there and meeting with the parties and come up with what we approved the last time that was fair to all concerned. And I'd certainly like to see that happen again if it's possible, because my personal opinion is that we should be looking at commercial first and residential second out there. That's Chris's personal opinion. So that said, if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion.
All right. To continue
the public hearing
to the first meeting in January?
That is correct.
I'll second it.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded twice, actually. So take your pick. Mr. Lawrence, procedurally, am I screwing anything up?
No.
All right, we're leaving the public hearing open, continuing to a date certain to be the first meeting in the month of January. All right? You gonna pop up the... All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on that?
There's no discussion
sir.
on what we just said, but I do have a question for Kenny, though.
Okay. Before we vote, if you please come forward. Come on up before we vote.
So this whole thing with the planning process, did DOT come out and assess the traffic, or is it one of those things where it has to be a crisis before they come and manage it?
Once there is a need, DOT is going to.
Great choice of words,
Yes,
crisis.
sir.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I know there was some talk about a lawsuit against that developer. Is there a way that someone could get that information together and maybe distribute it to us so we can learn more about that?
Yeah, Mr. Lawrence, if you would want to opine on relevancy, if that is something that can be pulled out, it's a public document, so otherwise it certainly could be. Is that something that you could assist us with or offer an opinion on?
Well, you back up to what type of hearing this is. This is a zoning hearing.
Right.
It's a zoning hearing. You can consider things that you look into on your own. Doesn't have to be just evidence presented like a special use permit that's quasi-judicial, since this is legislative. I don't like that microphone. Since it's legislative, then you have the opportunity to look at things on your own. Okay, like you could drive out there on your own.
Right.
Quasi-judicial, you have to consider only what's presented here. So as a result of that, certainly you can take a look at that lawsuit. My opinion and advice would be that it's not relevant to this determination or the issue of the zoning in this particular matter. But again, because you can look at whatever you want to look at, you're free to look at it.
I take that to mean that, would you, research on it, but if you're interested in asking Mr. Lawrence for assistance in pulling a specific case, I'm confident that he would assist you in that to make sure that you're pulling the right documents. Thank you, Ron. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
That first meeting in January is January the 5th.
There you go. January 5th, stated for the record. Any other comments, questions at this time? All right. Motion has been made and properly seconded to continue this public hearing to the January 5th meeting, first meeting of next year. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, please cast your vote electronically if possible.
I did. I still didn't do anything.
All in favor, please raise your hand. For the record. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. All right. CZ 425, the public hearing will remain open and will be reopened the January 5th meeting. Appreciate everybody's time. This was a very healthy conversation. All right. If we could please move to item 5.6, and I would remind the gallery, please, remain courteous to those that are speaking and engaged in the meeting. And so if we could please move to item 5.6, Mr. Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one has another conditional zoning request for Borden Mill Apartments.
Laura.
And we have Mr. Helmer here to give the presentation in brief.
All right, pause just 1 second.
Miss Laura, I signed out and back in to see if that'll fix the issue.
Point of technical order there. All right, let's give everyone just a second to clear the room. And that way everyone can make sure that we hear appropriately. All right. Just remind everybody as they're exiting that way to please go ahead and clear out that chamber, if you would, please. All right, Mr. Hiller, please proceed. We're now on item 5.6 for those following along on the agenda.
So this is conditional zoning 0625 Borden Mills Apartments. This project is located in the 800 block of North William Street. The request is to rezone 13.13 acres of land from the residential R6 and the general industrial I2 to general business conditional zoning to allow for 144 apartments and townhouse units. The owner of the property is BAP Partners LLC, and they are doing business as Borden Mills Lofts LLC. The engineer for the project is Timmons, the Timmons Group. Again, the current uses are multifamily, administrative offices, warehouse facilities, and a sports facility. Proposed zoning is general business conditional zoning, which will allow for future approvals of daycares, grocery stores, pharmacies, beauty salons, restaurants, and others. Supported residential life. However, at this time, we do not have a list of uses. Whatever use, if they don't generate those uses, then they will have to basically come back for a rezoning for a tenant occupancy type use. So if one of the buildings on there was to be repurposed for commercial, they would have to come back essentially through the rezoning process to have those uses added to the conditions of the zoning. So that is an option they have. So the proposed residential density is 14.6 units based on 9.86 acres dedicated to the residential use. Adjacent zoning includes general industrial and general business to the north, general industrial and general business to the south, as well as residential and general business to the east. And then to the west, there's general industrial I2, residential R6, and office and institutional O&I. The existing uses, again, a vacant mill complex, a warehouse used for storage, warehouse occupied by the Eastern Volleyball Club, and office buildings occupied by a partnership for children. And again, this is the actual zoning map. So this get oriented here. I think the batteries are.
It's working.
It's working.
It's working. Okay, yeah. So there's Wayne County, Wayne County Correctional Facility right here. Retail strip center right here. There's some general business, some warehousing, some heavy industrial here, and then some mill housing and smaller lots to the rear with some commercial, general business type commercial establishments on North William Street. The Envision 35 comprehensive land use plan is identified as within the high density land use category. High density residential land use have been provided in areas that have water and sewer services or where there plans to exist or to extend water and sewer. The Unified Development Ordinance, the proposed rezoning is consistent with land uses and density recommendations of the UDO. All stated deviations from the UDO shall be documented as conditions of the requested conditional zoning district. 2050 Goldsboro Bicycle Pedestrian Greenway Plan has identified North Williams as a complete street with sidewalks on both sides, and Rural Avenue is identified as a greenway corridor requiring a 10-foot multi-use path. Generally speaking, the plan is consistent with the recommendations of the Goldsboro 2050 Goldsboro Bike Pedestrian and Greenway Plan. If you can see here, so the dashed lines here represent complete streets, which is sidewalks on both sides of the street. The project is proposing sidewalks on both sides of North William. They will be dedicating, they'll be deeding a 20-foot easement on the eastern side of the project for greenway that's proposed on this plan, as well as constructing a 10-foot multi-use path up to the intersection of Royal and North William Street. So they've submitted some artwork along with their application showing the building as it will look with the new windows and some of the key features of the site. They have completed a 70% drawing of the site. This is a rendering of the site with the landscaping. All proposed modifications to the exterior of the building and site will require review by the North Carolina Historic Preservation Office for compliance with Department of Interior standards for rehabilitation, since these are on the National Registry. So they provided all the building elevations for the project. All excess asphalt will be removed from the public right-of-way, and an 8-foot street yard will be installed on all streets. New sidewalks on both sides of North William Street and on the north side of Royal Avenue will be installed. New landscaping street yards will be installed. All abandoned unpermitted driveways will be closed with new curb and gutters. This is looking north. This is looking south. So you see Wayne County just to the left there. Wayne County has stopped the sidewalks here, so that sidewalk will continue. And on this side, there'll be a sidewalk coming down. All this old landscaping will be removed and replaced with a modern landscape design done by a landscape architect. Talk about that already. So decorative street lighting would be required on both sides of North William Street and on the north side of Royal Avenue. Site features include a historic water tower, which will be rehabilitated, repainted, and badged with warden signage. It will also be illuminated. The historic smokestack will be also rehabilitated, repointed masonry as required per NPS standards. That is also a historic structure. The pedestrian crossway will be rehabilitated as well, and will include the traditional Borden Mills logo on it as well. So, this particular drawing, I don't know if you've noticed, it actually shows enhanced guardrails around these supports for additional safety in case of a collision with a vehicle, which it currently doesn't have. Another site feature includes what I alluded to earlier, which is the branding. The Borden Mills logo will be displayed prominently on key features of the site to include historic water tower, pedestrian bridge, and ground-mounted signs. All this is to create a sense of place. Site amenities include swimming pool, clubhouse, and active green spaces. All this is in the packet, but I wanted to point out this area here, which they're actually going to be using a historic structure for a clubhouse, and then of course green space with amenities around it. Other amenities will include multi-sports game courts and dog park with green space. 20-foot easement for a future greenway will be on the east side of the property and will be in the dash lines represents that 20-foot. We're requesting them to deed that easement, not deed it to the city, but include it in their deeds for the property, so for a permanent record. Parking will be provided with the construction of 346 paid parking spaces. All parking will be edged with curb and gutter. Parking lot landscaping that exceeds minimum parking standards will be provided and approved in accordance with the proposed landscape plan. ADA parking and access ramps will be provided on multiple locations throughout the site. This proposal, staff has requested I'm going to say the applicant is proposing to subdivide the property and basically which amounts to a reconfiguration of the lot. So a staff-approved subdivision plan would need to be approved prior to construction of the project. Utilities are available near the site to include access to water and sewer, electric and stormwater by existing infrastructure within the right-of-way to North William Street and Greenleaf Street. Site lighting plan for the interior of the site has not been provided, but will be required prior to issuance of administrative site plan approval. Site access will be provided at 2 driveways on North William Street, 1 driveway on Royal Avenue. The western side of the site will have 1 driveway on North William Street and 1 driveway on Greenleaf Street. NCDOT pedestrian safety enhancements at the intersection of William Street and Royal Avenue will be required of the project. Planning staff is of the opinion that this conditional rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of the comprehensive land use plan and land use map. Planning staff's opinion is that the City of Goldsboro can provide for public safety and meet transportation and utility demands for the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to the existing developments. Planning staff's opinion is the proposed general business conditional zoning district will not impair or injure the health, welfare, and safety of the public, and planning staff's opinion is also that the proposed general business conditional zoning district will address Goldsboro's housing shortage, offering increased housing options, affordability while providing economic, social, and environmental benefits that enhance residents and the quality of life. Therefore, planning staff recommends approval of the proposed general business conditional zoning district with the following conditions of approval. 1, that the residential component of the project shall provide market rate and workforce housing only. Exterior modifications to all contributing structures shall be reviewed and approved by the North Carolina State Office of Historic Preservation in accordance with the Department of Interior standard for rehabilitation. Proposed reconfiguration of all lot lines shall conform to minimum subdivision standards as published in the City of Goldsboro Unified Development Ordinance. All existing building setbacks as shown on this site-specific development plan shall be considered conforming to this general business conditional zoning district. All required utilities and stormwater improvements shall meet the City of Goldsboro's development standards prior to administrative site plan approval. Also, all landscape improvements shall be in accordance with the site-specific development plan as submitted with this general business conditional zoning district application to include an enhanced screening buffer on the western property line that shall consist of a solid opaque brick wall with supplemental planning requirements as shown on the site-specific development plan. I apologize for not pointing that out, but we can go back to that if you're interested in knowing exactly where that wall will be. 20-foot easement for future greenway shall be documented and recorded for all affected property deeds prior to staff approval and subdivision plat recordation. Active and passive open space shall include the outdoor swimming pool, ball courts, and dog park as shown on the site-specific development plan submitted with their application for conditional zoning. 5-foot continuous sidewalks and decorative streetlights shall be provided on the north side of Royal Avenue and on both sides of North William Street. Historic water tower and smokestack shall be pedestrian overpass shall be rehabilitated in accordance with site-specific development plans. Site branding to include historic Borden Mills shall be consistent throughout the development and be included in the required ground-mounted development signs, pedestrian overpass, and historic water tower. Metal cladding building fronting the North William Street used for residential units shall provide outdoor patios enclosed with brick walls, metal gates adjacent to North William Street. City Council is requested to review the petition, conduct a public hearing, and adopt an ordinance approving the rezoning petition with the stated conditions of approval. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. I believe the applicant is also present and would like to probably speak with you.
All right, Councilwoman.
I have a question for Mr. Lawrence.
Okay.
So I have ownership interest in a business that this property butts up right against. So my question is, do I need to recuse myself from this vote?
Nope.
Okay. I just wanted to be.
It's not a direct.
You're not allowed to.
Okay.
They have the duty to vote on that. You got to have very specific. Sorry, Ron, this is your job.
No, you're good.
Well, I just wanted to be clear and be on the record. I didn't want anybody to think I was being. I just wanted to make sure that I was a.
Any other comments for Mr. Homer at this point? It's always good to get that stuff on the record. I very much agree with what you just did.
Because in the near future, I plan on doing some zoning and special use requests myself. So
Nice.
that's what I just wanted to be sure. I didn't
Understood.
want to come up later and then.
Understood. All right. If there's nothing further from Mr. Homer, let's invite the applicant up, and we'll hear any additions they have to the brief, and then we will open up the public hearing. Is the applicant present? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and present hopefully some good information. So I am one of the owners of the property with Lee Borden, whose family ran the Borden Mill since the early 1900s. We purchased this property in 1999 with our goal was to partner with a developer like this to do this type of development. It's taken us a while, but we feel really good. I mean, and we've had a lot of opportunities to partner with some other developers, but we wanted to make sure that we partnered with someone that would meet our expectations and do the type of project that we felt like Goldsboro deserved and what we wanted. And I'll tell you, I mean, we're very excited about this project. If you guys have seen or heard about the Rocky Mount Mills, it would be very similar to what they did over in Rocky Mount. You know, we thoroughly vetted this development partner. We looked at some of his projects in other cities. We talked with the city officials and asked them what the outcomes were after the fact, after the project was completed. They all gave him high marks. And one thing I think probably got me over more so than anything was one of their a local businessman, David Wheel, who I have utmost respect for, has actually partnered with this guy before. And so when I knew that, I sat down with Mr. Wheel and talked to him about it, and he thoroughly or totally endorsed what they do. They've got a seasoned professional team of people that they work on this project because it is a very large project. And so we feel good about that so far. And we've been working on this about a year, which is pretty typical. But we're pretty much, I'll call it, say, in the 8th inning of this 9-inning ball game, we hope, moving forward. And one thing I want to mention is that my understanding there's been some misinformation or poor communications about this project. It is not low-income Section 8 housing. It is considered market rate and workforce housing. And workforce housing is for middle-income working population that make too much money for subsidized housing, but too little for high market rents. I know that has been a concern that I've heard over the years. So that will not be low-income housing. So anyway, in closing, I'd just like to say that it's. I feel like this would be a great asset, you know, not only for Goldsboro and the city, but we're taking an old mill that some might consider blighted, making it a Class A property. It's basically on William Street, which is the gateway to downtown Goldsboro. And so we're real excited about the project, and I appreciate your consideration, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Perry, just state your name, please.
I'm sorry, David Perry, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
There you go. Hearing none, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will officially open the public hearing for CZ 625 Borden Mills. It is item 5.6 on our agenda. This is a public hearing for CZ 625 Borden Mills, item 5.6 on our agenda. Is there anyone to come forward and speak? Welcome back.
Chris Cox, 104 Tornos Place. Wow. That's what I gotta say is wow. Finally, a piece of history coming to life. With your help tonight for the approval of this rezoning, Mike can get that started. I just hope you do. Thank you.
Is there anyone else to come forward and speak on CZ 625 Borden Mills, item 5.6 on our agenda? All right, third and final call, item 5.6, CZ 625 Borden Mills. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Council, are there any conversations, questions? Yes, sir.
I'm just going to make a comment to say that I, as well as the applicant and Mr. Cox just said, I am extremely excited and happy to see this project finally materialize. The late Mayor Allen and a lot of folks on city staff put a lot of effort many years ago into this very same style project and could not get past an issue with the railroad over a little bit of right-of-way discrepancy, and we lost that project. And I don't remember how many years ago it's been, because I'm telling my age a little bit, I've been around a while, but it's been a while back, and it's taken this long for a project to come to fruition that is of the quality that Mr. Perry spoke of and other people that have spoke towards it. And I can't think of a better looking project from seeing conceptual drawings and knowing who's behind it, coming into the gateway of this city, and being able to reuse and restart and regenerate a classic piece of property there. I'm extremely excited about it, and I just, before we even deliberate or go on the record, I just wanted to say that. And also from a nostalgia standpoint, the last time I was in that building was in my late teens when I drove a forklift there for a little while. So I'm looking forward to be able to go back in that building and walk around it and wow myself a little bit. That's all my comments.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, questions on CZ 625 from council?
Just
Yes, sir.
one quick question. I know there's the Wayne County Child Development or something in that building right now.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to relocate.
I presume so. Mr. Perry, as the applicant, if you don't mind coming back forward, I think you're probably in the best position to be able to answer that.
Sure. Yeah, they purchased that office building, and that is their property, and they actually have an easement on some of the parking lot, so they'll remain where they are.
Okay, thank you.
While you're up, any other comments or questions for Mr. Perry? Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. And good question. Council, any other comments, questions on CZ 625? All right. Who delivered the brief on this one? Mr. Helmer? The conditions recommended by planning staff. Just want to make sure that we are all crystal clear on exactly what those were. They were delivered in the brief. Was there anything
No
that was
additional
not
comments. No
listed?
additional comments to be
Okay.
added to this list here.
All right, perfect. Is that clear for you? All right. Council, is there a, Laura's already put a motion up. Is there a motion to, based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, is there a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and motion's been seconded. Having been made and properly seconded, is there any debate? Hearing none, we will call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. And we're, Councilman Boyette, yay or nay?
Yes.
Yay. All right. All votes having been tallied, motion passes on a 6-0 vote. CZ 625 is approved. All right. It's an exciting project, guys. It's a really exciting project. All right, let's move to item 5.7. Mr. Livingston. All right, Mr. Helmer.
Good.
All right, pause for just a second. We'll let the room clear, and then we'll get right back to it. All right. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
So the project is conditional zoning 0725 Village 1. The original name given by the developer was Senior and Veteran 60-plus housing. This project located on the north side of Wilmington Avenue between Sycamore and Isler Drive. Is that how that's pronounced? Isler Drive?
Isler. That's
Isler.
It's Isler.
Okay. There's a very early rendered drawing of the buildings. I think the applicant does have some enhanced drawings since this application was initially submitted. So I'll let him share that with you. This is a approximately 1.4 acre tract of land owned by Community Technical Assistance Incorporated. The applicant is also the same as Mr. Roland Whitley Jr. The current zoning of the property is R6. The proposed zoning is R6 conditional zoning. The proposed use is multifamily dwellings, triplexes, 1,884 square feet each. This is 3 one-story apartments. So technically, it's going to be 2 triplexes, which is attached single-family dwellings by our UDO. The applicant is requesting a rezone to construct 2 multifamily triplexes on 2 individual lots. So the surrounding zoning, basically it's surrounded R6, right in the middle of an R6 residential zoning neighborhood, surrounded by single family dwellings. As you can see here, with Olivia Lane on the north side and Wilmington Avenue to the south. So these are double frontage lots. So essentially, it has setbacks, rear setbacks and front setbacks. So it's they're a little trickier to build, especially given that it's a small infill type lot. So. Comprehensive land use plan, the property is identified within a high density land use category. Medium high density residential land uses have been provided in the area that have water and sewer services, and where we plan to extend those services. The UDO's proposed rezoning is consistent with the land use and density recommendations of the UDO. All stated deviations from the UDO shall be documented as conditions of R6 conditional zoning. Any deviations not declared shall meet or exceed the minimum standards of the UDO. So again, this is high density. This is the comprehensive land use plan showing the property is in a HDR, which is high density residential. So this is actually the structures that were there before. The applicant decided not to go with that arrangement and decided to orient the building so that they're properly addressing the street with the front of the building facing the front and the rear facing the other street. So, each apartment will be accessed off of Wilmington Avenue. Parking is being addressed with the 1.4 spaces per single bedroom unit. The proposes one space. So these are actually deviations or specific site specific information. So one space for each apartment for a total of 6 spaces. Density is based on 3 units and are proposed on each lot for a total of 6 individual apartment units. All utilities will be located underground. Each triplex will have one street tree planted adjacent to all driveways fronting Wilmington Avenue. Each triplex will be surrounded by a gated 3-foot high black chain link fence to serve as security and open space for the tenants. 3 residential duplexes of deteriorating and dilapidated conditions was the existing use. Those are now gone. The floor plans show a proposed 1-bedroom unit floor plan for each apartment. Each dwelling unit will consist of a front and rear covered porch, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, living room, kitchen, utility, and laundry room. This is the general site plan here showing the orientation of the buildings fronting on Wilmington Avenue with their 1-bedroom units. There'll be 1 parking space per as we discussed, and then 1 tree per unit. So the applicant has included some typical floor plans in the packet. Building elevations have been submitted by the applicant. Each dwelling unit will be built in accordance with North Carolina State Building Code. If the rezoning is approved, the applicant will be required to make application for preliminary subdivision site plan review. The technical review committee will review the plan for compliance with City of Goldsboro subdivision regulation standards and conditions of the zoning district. So the conditions of the proposed R6 conditional zoning district include 1 permitted uses would include multifamily dwellings, 2 triplexes, 3 units each for a total of 6 units.
Please silence your cell phone. I know. Please continue.
Yeah, so it's proposed 3 units on 2 individual lots for a total of 6 units. Proposed reduction to the 25-foot rear setback to 11 feet per lot. Reduction to the 10,000 square foot minimum down to 6,341 per lot. Proposed width increase from 60 feet to 77.5 feet. So that's actually increasing the lot width. Proposed increase from 25 feet to 31 feet would be the front yard setback. So they're doing increased front back setback. Front setbacks will be exceed minimums. Lot width will exceed minimums. Proposed minimum lot size will be reduced from 10,000 to 6,341, and proposed reduction to the rear setbacks. The applicant proposes a modern architectural style with front and rear covered wood porches. Facades will be designed to ensure simplicity consistent with modern architecture, incorporated sloped roofs, exterior hardy plank trim, and siding. Planning staff's opinion is the conditional rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of the comprehensive land use plan and land use plan map. Planning staff's opinion is the city of Goldsboro can provide for public safety and meet transportation and utility demands of the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments. Planning staff's opinion is the proposed R6 conditional zoning district will not impair or injure the health, welfare, and safety of the public. Planning staff's opinion is the proposed R6 conditional zoning district will address Goldsboro housing shortage, offering increased housing options and affordability while providing economic, social, and environmental benefits that enhance residents and their quality of life. Therefore, planning staff recommends approval of the proposed R6 zoning district with agreed upon conditions that we spoke about earlier. Planning Commission did review this at their October 9th, 2025 meeting and unanimously voted to recommend approval of CZO 325 with the attached recommended conditions of approval. City Council is requested to review the petition for rezoning, conduct a public hearing, and make a decision in accordance with the attached consistency statement to approve, deny, or table the request to a future date. The applicant is here and would like to give a presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have as well.
All right, Counselor, any comments or questions from Mr. Helmer before we invite the applicant up to add anything that they see fit to the brief? All right. Hearing none, Mr. Helmer, if you'll have a seat.
Thank you.
And if you'd be willing to come forward, just state your name for the record and then anything you'd like to add.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. I'm Roland Whitley. I'm the Executive Director for Community Technical Assistance, and we got the chance to work on this project. It's one of the projects that we're looking to do in the city. So I designed this project, and I'm very excited about it. And our vision here is to create or to assist LMI communities, persons to create their own community of choice. And so we chose this type of project to do. Which way do I do? Click left, right?
Right to go
forward. Right to go forward. This one? What's the other one?
Yeah,
this one. Okay, thank you. So you saw the pictures earlier. When we acquired this property, we had, there were 3 buildings that were here. And they were pretty much in deteriorated conditions. And so we were very challenged to parking is not there. The people were really good people that lived there, but the conditions just weren't livable. We really actually explored maybe just renovating the buildings, but they're all block, and so it just didn't work at all. So we looked at it, and so what we did is, you saw earlier, the floor plan. I just want to orientate you. So it's a triplex. It's 3 one-bedroom units. It's about 1,800 square feet, 1,884 to be exact. We're very consistent with making one unit ADA compliant. So the unit on the bottom exhibits that, and so you see it has a front porch, and you see the turnaround radius in the hall. Go down the hall, utility. It's a loaded corridor, so you have a utility, laundry, and a galley-style kitchen. And then you move out to a rear parking lot, and then you have a bedroom when you come in on the right, and of course a restroom on the bottom that has a shower in that unit. And the other 2 units are pretty typical. All the units are, in terms of the layout work, just one unit's a little bigger. The ADA is about 632 square feet, of gross square feet, and then the other 2 around 626. We were very consistent in terms of dealing with how we wanted the units to look. So we had a challenge, right? So you have a through lot, and on one side is Wilmington Avenue, which is one moving lane, which goes one roadway, just moving lane. It goes. It's going this way, I guess you could say. That's Wilmington Avenue. We wanted this architecture to kind of be more consistent with the small residential dwellings on that side. So we have dogwood trees here. We're going to have the different colored dogwood trees, and this is where the parking would be. So we made this the front. On the opposite side, it have 2 moving lanes, and it's a well-traveled street, and we wanted that to have prominence. So we had a challenge, right? We didn't want to have we have two front yards technically, but because it fronts on both sides, right? So we don't have a rear yard, but we wanted to have presence on this street, right? And we wanted to introduce a new type of architecture in the community. And so we have modern, it will look just this way. We will have masonite, hardy board siding for durability, but we really wanted to give a sense of place and to welcome something different in the community. And so we also thought about how one feels when you're in the space. And so this is a view of a typical living room and a kitchen, where if you're standing here and you're looking, we really like to take and put the furniture in the space to kind of see how people will kind of interact in that space. And so what you're looking at is the living room, of course, the furniture. Everyone wants to know where your TV is going to be at. And so you got a TV. And then you have your kitchen there. And to the left, would be the bathroom there. But we include all appliances and stainless steel appliances similar to this. And then off to the right will be the porch, which will be technically the real porch, but you get the idea. So that's what we thought there. And I thought that was pretty much it. But it's a fun project for us to do. We were really excited about introducing something unique. And again, I guess there are questions.
Council, comments, questions?
I do have a comment.
Yes, sir.
One, I'm real pleased that we're actually doing this actual project. One is that we're putting the veterans at a focal point, because homeless veterans are really prevalent in our community as well as the state. And for you to step up and try to make some type of avenue of approach for our veterans, I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Great project.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to offer a compliment and a comment as well to piggyback on what Councilmember White said. In reviewing this prior to the meeting, I'm extremely happy that this project is happening, because this is absolutely a step in the right direction, and I think I can speak for all of us to what this new council wants to see so far as cleaning up blight and turning things around and being able to reuse and repurpose property within the city, because one good thing will lead to another good thing whenever, just like what happened with McNair Heights and what happened with this project and things of that nature that someone is willing to do, is going to create a positive environment, something that someone can be proud of, which is going to cause someone else to want to be proud of what they've got, which is going to cause and it's just that we needed the ball to get rolling and people to be able to step forward and have some confidence in us as a city and as a group here, that we're cleaning up blighting, trying to get crime under control and make an environment in our inner city to where people want to be. And because of that, and that residential component is going to bring commercial development and the things that's much needed in our inner city as well. So, thank you, and to piggyback on what the other council member said, this is absolutely a good thing.
Thank you.
Council, any other comments, questions? All right. Feel free to have a seat. We still have to do the actual public hearing. So we will open the public hearing for CZ 725, item 5.7 on our agenda. Is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak? All right, second call is for anyone wishing to come forward and speak for CZ 725, item 5.7 on our agenda. Third and final call is for anyone wishing to come forward and speak for CZ 725. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Council, are there any additional questions that have come to mind over the last few seconds?
No question, but I do have a comment.
Yes, sir.
This is a great project, and I really like that you actually took the time to go to the LMI community. That's often a forgotten community in our city. I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? That's often a voice that's not heard. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Love it, love it, love it. This is a spot that's begging out for someone with some vision. I don't have anything to add. You don't have to come back up. I was just adding. This is a spot that's begging out for folks with vision and folks with desire. All right, council. Mr. Helmer. I know y'all were deliberating on something. I just want to make sure that I called it if it was anything that needed to be included in this. Everything is good there. All right. On the CZ part, it's already R6, so going to R6 CZ. The purpose for CZ was what?
Reduction of some of the standards to include rear setbacks, reduced parking, to allow for these smaller lots to be redeveloped.
Utilized. All right. Council, everyone clear on what that means? All right, perfect. So with that, Mr. Elliott, feel free to have a seat. All of the conditions recommended by planning staff were included in the brief. Just give me a head nod. I want to make sure that I'm stating that accurately. Right, Mr. Elliott? All of it were actually stated in the brief. So based on the conditions recommended by planning staff as presented in the brief, is there a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement?
So moved.
All right. Motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and properly seconded to approve. Is there any debate? Hearing none, please vote electronically if possible. All right. All voting in favor. Motion passes unanimously on a 6-0 vote. I appreciate everyone's time and attention on this one. All right. Thank you. All right. So now let's go ahead and do our public comment period. And then after that, we're going to take another quick recess. All right. Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Our first speaker is Phyllis Merritt James.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and all the members. Thanks for having me. I'm just standing to speak on the subject of community support. In today's climate of uncertainty, I stand not only as a concerned citizen, a healthcare provider, and an airman's wife. In our high poverty community are many who have apprehension currently where the next meal is coming from, as well as the ability to get the needed supplies for their children, especially our airmen with young families. There have been several communities in this uncertain environment that are looking and thinking outside the box to help their constituents meet their needs. One community had stated that they were going to put a moratorium on any evictions because people are working pro bono right now. So if anybody's at risk of not being able to pay their rent or anything like that, make sure they're not going to get evicted. Another proposal that had been in one of the communities were not to shut off people's water. If they're trying to figure out how to be able to get their meal, how to be able to pay for their school lunches, how to pay for somebody to take care of their kids, because a lot of daycares are closing down with the loss of funding for right now. What can we do as a community with all the updated revenue that we have from our new assessments for our housing and everything else? Is there anything that we can do as a board, as a city council, to help the community and those that are facing real choices right now and every day? I think there's a deliberate thing that we need to think about and what we can do right now to help. Proclamations are fine, and that's good. And it's very appropriate and timely that this is the month of homelessness and also people that are low income. But what can we do to help our community right now? So if anybody comes and says, I can't pay for that water bill, please don't shut off their water. Please, if they're about to be able to get kicked out of their home, please have a recourse so that we can have compassion where there is none. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Devin Perry. That's the last speaker listed.
All right. Council, we still have a robust set of items ahead of us. So we are going to take another quick recess, and then we will come back and effectively have a whole nother meeting. So let's stand in recess until 9 p.m. Just allow folks time to stretch their legs. We will reconvene at 9 p.m. and begin with our consent agenda. Being back, it's 9 o'clock on that one, and it's still 8:59 on this one, but that's close enough. Everyone being back in place, appreciate everyone's diligence this evening. It has been a long meeting. We do still have quite a few items in front of us. Council, given conversation, is there a motion to amend the agenda and add an item under new business, item 9.5, to discuss a moratorium on water shutoffs for the remaining duration of the federal government shutdown?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Councilwoman Weeks and Taylor both said it, so take your pick. There you go.
So, to add a what?
To add discussion of a moratorium for water shutoffs for the remainder of the federal government shutdown. That'll be item 9.5. Okay. All right. So now that motion's been made, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? And we'll get to the details of exactly what that resolution would need to read as once we get to that item. For now, it's just simply amending the agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote electronically if able. One more. Councilman, I take the smashing of the trackpad as yes.
Yeah, that'll show.
All right, there we go. I don't teach it. So the agenda is modified. All right. We will now continue with our meeting, section 7, consent agenda. Mr. Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of consent agenda items there before you tonight, all of routine nature. I'll just entertain any questions, comments, or concerns with any of those, and we'll take them one by one if need be.
Council, are there any remaining questions for any of the items on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Please, is there any debate on that? Hearing none, please vote electronically as able, and that will satisfy requirements for a roll call vote. All right, motion passes 6-0. That is a unanimous vote. All right, consent agenda is approved. We'll move to old business. Abbott Crossing Apartments. Mr. Livingston, 8.1.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is another contract for Mark Morgan's group, the second phase of Abbott's Crossing for affordable housing development. And I don't know if the community development folks are here to kind of go into more detail.
She's in the ante room.
Okay.
Just a moment. Welcome.
Applying for home funds. They originally applied under Wallach Asset Management. No, first they applied for under Wallach Asset Management. Then they applied again under Abbott Crossing. So the money was awarded to Wallach, but they want to operate as Abbott Crossing Apartments.
So it's just a name change?
Just
Okay.
a correction.
Yeah, that's right. I got it confused with something else.
No, this is perfect. This is the one that you were telling me was a technical correction that you really wish could have been on consent, but wanted to make sure that council
Yes.
got to see it. It's
Right,
that one.
right.
Okay. Council, any questions on item 8.1? Yes. Councilman Boyette, then Councilman White.
Just that Wallach, is that the one that we just did the
No,
groundwork
Graves.
in my
Graves,
district?
yes.
Okay, that's all.
Yep, that's it.
Councilman White?
Just the affordable housing piece of it, is this going to be like a subsidy or is this workforce housing?
This is workforce housing.
Okay, because affordable housing has a plethora of meanings, so I just wanted to make sure.
Workforce housing is still, in my books, considered affordable housing with the 80%.
Yep. 80% LMI?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's both LMI and workforce because it goes up to
Yep.
80% AMI.
Mhm.
And workforce is 80% to 120% AMI.
The Venn diagram. Council, any other comments, questions? Again, with this one, the project's already been approved, groundbreaking. This is a technical correction because they're changing the name.
Right.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the resolution as amended?
So moved.
All right. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and dual seconded again. To approve the resolution as presented. Is there any debate? Hearing none, please vote electronically. All right, motion passes unanimously on a 6-0 vote. All right. We'll move to item 8.2. Item 8.2 is not for a vote. This is an update and then an opportunity for council to ask questions about our status and schedule and ways that we can, if we have to make any decisions, be prepared at a future meeting to be able to do that. Good to see you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. How are y'all? Our crowd has dwindled. I'm here to give you a leaf and limb update because the phone has been ringing for a few months. You get a call, you call the mayor calls Matt calls me. I have nobody to call. So I had to figure out exactly what the problem was because I've lived in the city for 15 years and leaf and limb was always as consistent as trash pickup. So we have a few slides, a short agenda. We're going to talk about these complaints. We're going to quickly look at our ordinances that we have on the books now that we are not following. I'm going to give you an example of how much we pick up so folks know that we're out there working every day. I got some pictures which are humorous. I will show people how to separate their yard waste and then we're going to talk about the way forward. I get the call, and y'all get calls too. I get more calls than you. But luckily, my administrative staff fields them and does what they can. We're not on schedule. Didn't get on my pile. It's been weeks. It's been a month. I'm the director. My pile was 5 weeks. Public Works is lazy, stupid, don't care. All that's wrong. But these are legitimate questions. Why can we not stay on schedule? What are we supposed to do? This little summary of our ordinances: 3 inches in diameter and 4 feet long. That's how big it has to be. If it's bigger than that, it's not compliant. We shouldn't pick it up, but we do. It's generally the same day as recycle, but I've been here 2 years. I don't remember being on that exact day for a long time. But based on volume, it could change without notice, but we might can start giving notice. But here's the kicker. Any contractor created debris, excluding grass clippings, we shouldn't pick up. Any contractor created debris, we should not pick up. But we're doing it, and have been for years. And another good thing we do, our bulk pickup on Wednesdays. You may not realize it, but we schedule between 40 and 60 pickups every Wednesday. We're really out there. So at no charge to our residents. So these are the basic ordinances we need to focus on. Now this slide, this is the same numbers you get every month in your council report. And it looks like a tiny amount, 0.5, 0.08, 0.8. Well, that's times 1,000 in tons. So the green is the last 7 months, showing we have picked up more tons in the last 7 months than the 7 months of the previous year. 7 months in a row. You see 0.8 or 0.7 on your monthly report, that's 1.4 million pounds of yard waste. Now right now the compost facility is not taking any private waste. We're taking it all. We're still overflowing what they can process with no contractor help. So we're out there picking it up. And we did have some serious equipment issues in July and August. I mean, we could not get the parts. It's not the kind of stuff you go to Advance Auto and pick up. But even with that, we still picked up more than last year, every month. All these large piles are at commercial property. And we've picked up, I think, 4 of these 5 piles in the last week. We should not even look at them. But after years and years and years of picking it up, everybody assumes we'll keep picking it up. We're going to stop. Oversized pieces, 3-inch diameter, 4 feet long. The top center picture with the stumps, those are on Slocum Street. And there's a little tiny bit of brush on top that probably meets the criteria. But I can tell you, we'll never pick those up because the compost facility can't grind that. It's just, we would if they could even grind it. And the joke today is the bait and switch. The bottom piles on the right, it looks like normal size stuff. But underneath that pile is 6 logs, 8-inch diameter, 10 feet long. So, but again, and that's on a commercial lot too. And this is for you guys and all the citizens too. We have 3 pieces of equipment that collect yard waste. We have the grapple, which picks up the large pieces. You know, stuff too big for your wheelbarrow. The rear loader comes after that and picks up the pitchfork size piles. And then we have the vacuum trucks. Now remember, we're not vacuuming up dust bunnies out here. Not just leaves and pine straw, but sticks and pine cones and toys and trash and plastic and a lot of stuff. So that's why our equipment just takes a beating. This is a very rough job. Just like our refuge. We dumped almost 1 million containers last year. I mean, think about how many times that one arm. It's like 900 times a day. So we're out there doing the work. Here's the way forward. Residents are on the honor system. If you hire somebody to do your yard work, they need to haul your stuff off. Except for the infamous grass clippings. We still get the grass clippings. But if they vacuum up your leaves or your pine straw, they need to take it with them. We're going to stop picking up commercial properties, apartments, commercial lots, townhouses. Besides being commercial property, I know that the residents aren't out there raking it up on Saturdays. So they're back to commercial generated. Of course, we're not going to go cold turkey on you. We're going to continue to pick up all we can for the next couple of weeks. But after Thanksgiving, we're going to really be out there passing out the tags if it's non-compliant. And I think if we can have a couple of months of just picking up what we're supposed to, then we can entertain the thoughts of maybe picking up some commercial on a fee basis. Because we still have to take it to our compost facility, and it does save the owner, the resident, a tipping fee at the landfill. So the contractors hear this too. You know, you see a lot of there's a lot of guys that can do your yard work now. There's over 100 in Wayne County. 20 years ago, there wasn't that many, and it was expensive. And you know, you did your own yard work, or you had your kids do it. And of course, my kids won't do yard work.
Same.
But I do my own, and one day I'll be too old, and it's going to be terrible because I'm going to have to pay somebody to haul it off. But until then, I'm going to keep dragging it to the street. But all these things work together. The more we can haul up, the more we pick up. It keeps it out of our storm drain system, and so we're going to continue to battle. I mean, we're still picking up our 1.5 million tons a month, and we'll continue to do that. But if we do that and not pick up commercial and commercial generated, then we can take care of the customers we're supposed to take care of, the do-it-yourself or homeowner. Because that's who needs us to pick their stuff up. That's who can depend on every 2 weeks we're going to vacuum up their leaves. Every 2 weeks we're going to get their tree limbs and their crepe myrtle trimmings. That's what we want to do. And I think if we could do that for a few months, we'd probably see our total go down. And then we can look at what our capacity is to add additional services, adjust the ordinances to what we can do, and charge some kind of fee. That's all I have for now. Any questions?
Council?
I do. I have a couple. So just to make for point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
Somebody comes to my yard and they clip my trees, but it's in compliance, and they put it on the street.
It's not in compliance.
So if they clip them, I drag them.
Yeah, it's your stuff. 550.06. Any contractor created debris, excluding grass clippings, we don't pick up.
So
That's
I will say that
that we've been doing
that I understand that, but my problem with that is if it is in compliance of the diameter and the length, and it's on the street the way it's supposed to be, I don't see the issue. You know what I'm saying? If it's in compliance with the size and diameter.
I think that,
and we've been picking it up for 20 years. And
now I do understand about the commercial property. I understand that. But as a homeowner, if I pay somebody to come cut my grass and do my yard work, and the clippings are in compliance, not that it's bigger than it's supposed to be, but it's in compliance, and we put it on the road properly.
Clippings are.
hold on, let him finish.
I don't understand that piece of it. Because I don't understand the difference between me going out there and cutting it and dragging it to the street, and I pay somebody to do it and drag it to the street, and it's in compliance. Because at the end of the day, it's still in compliance.
I think the difference here is there's so many people now having somebody come and do it for them. It's a volume issue. It's not that he comes and trims your bushes and they're the right size. It's the volume, because 20 years ago we didn't have 100 landscapers out there trimming every week. The big pile that had the long limb in it in the first pictures, we picked that up last Thursday. On Friday there was another pile of shrubbery there. Same contractor, same apartment. I mean, there's no way for us to keep up like that. I see your point. You're paying, and if your guy comes and mows your grass and puts your grass clippings on the curb, I'm gonna get those. Those grass clippings are called out specifically, and this ordinance has been through like 5 revisions over the last 20 years. And each time it looks like it's just getting more and more restrictive of what we pick up.
Yes, but I guess my problem is now we're going to say that they're not going to pick up the homeowner, but we're going to charge him the same amount. So I have a problem with that.
Well, remember, your $26 is for refuge, recycling, and solid waste. It's not just for tree limbs.
I understand that, but it's all consolidated.
I get it.
So either way, that's a service that we said that we would provide, that now that we're saying that we're not, because that same guy who trims the trees and cuts the grass is in compliance with everything except that we consider him a contractor.
Yeah, I think this is something that we're going to have some more conversation on, because Councilman White's comments certainly resonate with me as well, and I think that we're going to have to figure out what a balance is, and Mr. Stanley, I assure you, I'm on your side of trying to figure out what additional equipment and what the balance of services is, because the city of Goldsboro, frankly, we offer more general services, more frequency of pickup, at least on paper, than most of our competitors.
All cities larger than us are going away from this kind of service at all.
And I don't want to go away from it.
No, we like it, and we still want to provide it.
But I think we've got to take a look at, this was a good primer. Obviously, your job is to work under the ordinances as they currently are. Period. It is our job to ensure the ordinances are what we believe that they should be, and then fund appropriately to ensure that you're able to do your job based on whatever those ordinances are. So I think this conversation right here, so that we don't go completely without having some comparisons, I think that we need to go ahead and agree that we're going to have this on our next agenda item as an actual new business item, those specific ordinances. Because we need to have a discussion as council, because you already said this is what the ordinances are. So you've got to work within those
Right.
ordinances, period. We as a council either need to reaffirm that this is where we're going to go and then figure out how we're going to pay for it, or we've got to have a conversation about walking back what is put on paper. That's my humble opinion on our path forward. Oh, I saw your hand up, and then Councilman Weeks, and then there we go.
I just wanted to clarify. Are you, so I can understand, are you referring to lawn grass clippings or shrub clippings?
Shrub clippings.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I hope my lawn guy isn't watching this, because my lawn guy will leave the grass clippings, so I can make sure I'm right. Leaves the grass clippings, but anything other than grass clippings, I make him haul off.
That's exactly correct.
How the ordinance is written?
That's how the ordinance is written.
Okay. So,
Here
what
we go.
you would like to discuss
any
would be
debris
expanding that.
excluding grass clippings.
Well, my question is what's the difference between having my guy cut my limbs, which are in ordinance, and me dragging them to the street, and he dragging them to the street? What's the difference?
Well, there is no difference,
That's my
except for
question.
our ordinance says that we won't pick up contractor ones except for grass.
Right. So what you're saying is I can get him to cut them, but I drag them to the street.
But
I'm just saying it's no
I guess
difference.
technically no, because he cut them.
But
It's
it's
really
no
a
difference.
service for do-it-yourself homeowners. This is what this service is about.
Well, you're right. This is how the ordinance is written.
Yes.
Right, and I do understand that he has to enforce it because that's what it is. However, I think that we should send it out in the water bill and not just abruptly stop it.
I've already talked to LaToya about sending out this ordinance information and not abruptly stopping, because I can still see our capacity in staying on schedule of picking up those reasonable limbs your guy cuts, just like we've done for 10 years. I can see us still doing that. What I have to draw the line here is we've got to get away from these big commercial loads, that 3 truckloads on one piece of property, and ease into what is real. I mean, we can see the numbers. You guys, every month you get this report, you can see that this is from the last 4 years. We're averaging about 0.06 thousand, so 600 tons, so somewhere between 1.2 and 1.5 million pounds a month. That's what we can pick up. I mean, we can't pick up 2 million pounds, and if we pick up 1 million pounds, we're kind of slack. So,
And I agree with that. But the one thing I hear, and that when I go around and they say that they haven't picked up my stuff, the one thing they say to me on a constant is, I don't care if they do it once a month, just be consistent with what they do. That's all they say, because they put it out on their grass and it sits there and it kills the grass.
Yes.
Because we can't put it in the roadway because of the runoff.
That's
so
right.
that's all I ask. I do ask that we do clarify it once we do talk about the actual clippings that are within regulation. But if we go to once a month, that's fine with me, but I just ask that we be consistent.
Well, see, right now it's taking us over a month to go through the whole city. And so basically we're looking at, I got to go back another 10 years of numbers that say we can pick up about 1.5 million pounds a month based on our current equipment. If it's all running and I'm fully staffed, 1.5 million pounds a month, that's what I can pick up. And so right now it's taking us a whole month to go across the city to get that. If we could get rid of what we're not supposed to pick up, we could probably go through the city twice on a schedule and provide the service we want to provide. Because nobody wants their grass clippings on their yard for a month. Every other week works great for do-it-yourselfers, and that's who we got to cater to right now. That's what this ordinance is catering to. And then we can expand from there, but we only have so much capacity. That's the killer.
All right, Councilwoman Taylor, and then Councilwoman Weeks.
I just want to say that I think this goes back to the discussion we've been having about going through our ordinances and updating these old ordinances, because what was good for the game back 20 years ago is not good now.
Roger that. Councilwoman Weeks, and then Councilman Boyette, back to you. Councilman Weeks.
That was exactly what I was going to say, because I hear your heart. For instance, we get our grass cut, and the lawn guy may take a couple limbs that have fallen out of the tree and put them by the road with the clippings. But if it meets the specification, say for instance there is a retired veteran that lives beside of me and he's disabled and he can't
I pick
drag
this
his
stuff
own
up every
limbs to
day.
the street. If it meets those specifications, I understand what you're saying.
We're not going to be out there trying to analyze, well, did the homeowner do this pile or did he hire somebody to do it? If it's a reasonable pile, I'm going to tell you, we're going to pick it up.
Mhm. But then I hear you too, because I have had issues in my district where the rubbish sat for 6 weeks, but it was definitely a commercial business that had put everything there, and it sat there for 6 weeks.
I don't have landscapers calling me complaining about me not picking up their debris. I have homeowners calling in, and I can't get to their debris, their reasonable, legitimate debris, because I'm picking up stuff that I shouldn't be. And it's not fair, and I can't ask my guys to go analyze. I'm not going to ask them to analyze. I'm going to say, go to this zone. Today's Tuesday A. Here's where we're going to work. Get everything here, and that's how I want it to be. I want to get to the point where we don't have stuff on the street that we shouldn't pick up.
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
Let's stay on order, because I will come back to you. I just want to make sure. Councilwoman Weeks, does that conclude?
I had a question for you. So in my district, that was an issue that it was a commercial individual that was putting everything by the road for a business, okay? And a homeowner wanted to report it. What is the proper process for that? Because they really were given...
Code enforcement. And I've been talking to code enforcement. I'm not going to have them out giving out tickets for debris. We do have some door flyers, and we do have a letter, and we're going. And again, I mean, contractors are hearing this. What's Up Goldsboro is going to put this out, so the word's going to get out. It's about education, and let's figure out how we want to move forward. We have a limited capacity that we can pick up, and I got 20 years of. That's what it is. We're picking up all the compost facility can handle, so I think we have a good tonnage. We just need to make sure we describe it properly so we can make sure everybody gets the service they need.
And then my last question I had wrote down for you, have we ever thought about maybe subcontracting out some of those services in your department to get you some help if we can't get it all picked up within a month? Have we ever looked at the cost?
Well, I haven't looked at it, but it'd be like 10 times more expensive. It'd be like hiring people to do hurricane cleanup. Unless FEMA's going to reimburse you, it's a non-starter. Because that little pile I'll pick up in one scoop with the grapple. A contractor is going to charge you $100 to get that pile. That's what his minimum fee is going to be, just to show up. And we have a lot of landscapers that haul their stuff off. This is not dinging every landscaper. I'm just saying that just from the volume of the number of people out there doing yard work. And you see them every day. They got a trailer and a lawnmower on it. They got no trailer to carry debris. They've got no dump truck. They've got no capacity like the bigger landscape companies in town. So we got to take all that into consideration. But what I'm trying to do here is to let folks understand that we're working as hard as we can. And I don't like not being on schedule, but I like what the ordinance says. The ordinance says I can make the schedule whatever I want based on the volume. Right now we're looking good on vacuum systems. We've got 2 guys hired part-time to start the leaf season, so we're on top of that. And I'd like to stay on top of it and get this debris off the street, because I don't like riding around and seeing it.
Councilman Boyette, then back to Councilman White.
Just a suggestion so we can move on. So what does the council think about this? To let him proceed on through the rest of this season, going by the ordinance, so he can get his arms around everything, figure out the tonnage and all of that when he's doing it by the ordinance, and then at retreat time present and we talk about as a council making changes to our ordinance, since we as the elected body are who's writing the ordinance to begin with. I mean, that sounds like it would work for me.
It's a good time to try that, because if we'll keep pushing on like we are now, because there's so much out there, and folks can understand why we're struggling to catch up with the smaller piles that they've done themselves. But I'd say by after Thanksgiving, end of this month, we'll be in pretty much a lot of leaves only. There won't be near as much debris trimming. The pruning season's kind of over, and so by the time it's retreat time, we could have a good handle on. Here's what I think the tonnage is for legitimate ordinance meeting debris now, and so we have this much space to expand and then do something reasonable.
That way we got accurate numbers to make a decision.
Councilman what?
I'm not opposed to that. Only thing I ask is that we send some kind of notification out to the homeowners so they don't have that stuff sitting out there on their lawns, thinking that we'll pick it up.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then my last question is, when you say commercial, are we talking about apartment complexes and things of that nature?
Yes,
and you're going to stop that. We're going to send a notification to them too, right?
Yes, we're going to.
Yes, everybody's water bill is going to have something in it, and the newsletter that's coming out this quarter.
All right, and so what you're saying, that's what you're saying commercial is. The
Commercial is commercial property, an apartment, townhouses, because I know they're getting commercial landscapers doing the work. I mean, basically, our ordinances are set up for us to do private homes. That's how we're residential, done by the homeowner. That's what we're geared up for. But we can do more than just that. I mean, there's no doubt.
But we're going to dial it back, as what you just said, to what we're supposed to do, right?
To get good numbers.
Right.
I'm going to dial it back to where I can get around the city in 2 weeks.
My request, what I'd like to do is get this back on an agenda with the ordinances in front of us. I realize it's kind of up there now, but with the ordinances in front of us, and let us as a council reaffirm that this is how we're going to go, or if there's minor tweaks, like as long as it fits the 3-inch, 4-foot thing, even if you have, the guy next door that you're paying to do it, he can put it out there as long as it's in a residential thing. If we want to do any of that, if not, and we choose to reaffirm the ordinance as it is, I just want to make sure that we as a council are aware of what it is, because when the calls start coming in and when the hate mail starts flying, I want us to be able to say, yes, we stand by this decision, and not constantly be blaming someone else and calling and saying, I've never heard of that.
Right.
Well,
We've got to be able to say, here's what we believe is a workable policy, and then we've got to agree we're going to fund whatever that policy is and allow staff to do their job.
One of the problems we have with our current ordinance, I'll just leave it at this, is a truckload. Our trucks are huge, so really it's not, that part of it isn't really geared towards the single family residential person like it should be. So we've basically gone out there and like, oh, there's somebody they've done a ton of work, and we know it could have been them, but if they're going to do that, they need to structure it a little bit more so that, we don't have their whole yard, and it takes more than a truckload. So I think we need to dial that back some. That'll help us dial back the volume.
And really, the resident that has a giant spring cleaning pile is fairly rare, and we can still get it. It's the commercial ones that have a pile every week. That's a truckload.
Yeah.
I mean,
What I'm saying is most of those people
complex.
they didn't do it themselves. They had a
that's
contractor.
right. And the guy that's mowing his grass, he's not worried about hauling it off because we've been picking it up for 10 years. He's going to pile it up in the same place. He piles it up every week because it's a never-ending pile. Every week he mows the grass, trims some dead stuff, and piles it up every week.
Well, here's what I'm going to ask. On next meeting's agenda, if you would, if there are any reasonable tweaks that you want to make to the ordinance that you believe is workable and can remain for years, right?
Okay.
If there are any reasonable tweaks, I'd like them to come before council, and let's either reaffirm what we have, tweak what we're going to build, and then empower you to go and do your job with our verbal commitment that as we go into retreat and we go into budget planning, that now we know what our ordinance and what our expectations are for our city services in this regard. Is that reasonable, council? All right.
Question.
All right. Yeah.
For you.
All right. Yes, yes, ma'am, and then yes, sir.
I was just gonna say that. So, can you hear me now? Can you hear me good? I understand what Councilman White is saying, and for me, I think no matter who's cutting that grass, 20 years ago, we didn't have as many people living as close together, and as we've developed, we've got more people. I just think that no matter what, we're still going to have that same amount of grass. I just think that we need to redevelop our ordinances to fit what's happening now.
I agree, and that's what we'll do, and we'll bring it back as the mayor suggested.
And just this conversation here is going to help. I'm going to tell you right now, just this conversation tonight is going to reduce how much contractor dirt hits, the debris hits the ground tomorrow. I promise you.
Yes, sir.
Well, I agree, and I think we need to look at it. I agree with exactly what she said, but are we getting ahead of ourselves to decide what to do before we give him a chance to establish a baseline? That was the only point that I was getting about. Do we need to let him get his arms around what he's supposed to be doing so he can give us information to use to make a decision?
Well, I think tweaking is what he said. I think we have to take a comprehensive look, but I think there's some things that we can do relatively quickly to help the situation, and then more comprehensively look at it after we get the data and we understand what you're doing basically within the parameters of our ordinance, somewhat tweaked for the next several months when we bring it to the retreat.
Large commercial loads got to go. We can. That's in writing.
That's right.
But the yard guy down the street that's just putting stuff in front of my house, this my trees, my crepe myrtles that are putting them there once a year, to the point of this conversation, maybe that can be permitted in the ordinance without it blowing us
that's
up.
right.
So let's take a look at what this council has verbally said we think the reasonable balance should be. 'Cause I think the council has been fairly consistent as well, not putting words in anyone's mouth. But yeah, we get it. Like the large commercial piles, doesn't need to.
Well, I think
we're subsidizing someone's business.
Exactly, we are. We're subsidizing. If we stop commercial, I mean, not tomorrow, but we wean off of it in the next few weeks, because I know there's some big piles I would like to pick up that's been there a while. I think we're going to see a change. I don't think we'll ever have a problem picking up residential debris, even from contractors, if we can eliminate commercial properties and eliminate a residential that has 5 truckloads on a spring cleaning. We can define that. Again, I'm good for 1.5 million pounds a month. Where it comes from is what we got to define.
Good brief. Good brief. Council, anything else for Mr. Stanley at this point? All right. We'll see you next meeting as well, and then we'll have something to stand by, and that way you're not having to field all the hate mail yourself.
Okay, well, no, we're sharing the hate mail. It's okay.
Yeah,
I'll take my part.
That's what it is.
You ought to be on new business because that's earlier.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just so you know, new business is actually after this. We haven't gotten there yet. We still have another item before we get to scratch that nugget.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you listening, and I don't have all the answers yet, but we're going to get them. It's going to be together we can make it happen. And it's about communication and sharing information. And I talked to a gentleman last week, nicest guy. Why is my stuff not picked up? I called my contractor. He trimmed this stuff 2 weeks ago. I said, well, yeah, nice guy. And I'm like, you just didn't know. And I think as people will know, they're going to probably start holding their contractors to a higher standard too. It's not grass clippings. Take it with you. So, thank you so much.
Hey, my takeaway from that one: 1.4 million pounds a month. That's nuts. I had no idea the scale and the scope once you actually get to how much you're hauling. Mr. Livingston, 8.3.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This is essentially an update on where we are doing some research. We're still kind of in the midst of that in regards to this building security and the city hall security. A couple of things that we have looked at. We're getting a contractor just to kind of give us a cost estimate on doing some structure upfit downstairs to make it a little bit more on the city hall part, to make it a more hardened per se and safe for people coming in and checking in and things like that. We've talked to some private consultants and contractors. They're coming to meet with us and getting, it may be better to have like a private security firm like Wayne County does. We were in the city of Fayetteville, Mayor, as you know. That firm, I think they said they charge them, just that's not the equipment, but about $87,000 annually to do their building security. So they would be there, you know, during operational hours and other hours that we set for them, for example, for city council meetings. So as we continue to research this, we'll give you some more options. I think it's going to have to be a future budget issue. And what I kind of need from the city council is, once we kind of give you the options, is which direction do you want us to prepare and plan for as we move forward? Have any questions from anybody in the council?
At what point do you actually foresee having options in front of us for us to then be able to weigh with an eye towards budget?
December.
Perfect.
One more month. Well, this is just an update. If there was something that stood out of this that was like, well, I want you to look at this or think about that, I'm just telling you that I'm leaning towards using private security, because I don't really want to, use our police force when they need to be doing other things. That's Matt's opinion. It may not be the opinion of the rest of the board, but we have a shortage in our police officers, and if we're taking them off or using them, I would rather use them for traditional law enforcement and get private contractors to provide typical building security. That seems to be what most people are doing.
Thank you for that update. Council comments, questions on that? All right, seeing none, let's move to new business. We have 3 initial bids to discuss, as well as an offer for an additional lot before we move to our newest newly added agenda item. So with that, Mr. Livingston, you just want to go directly to Ms. Gwynn?
Go ahead and go to Catherine.
Ms. Gwynn, if you come up and walk us through 9, 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5 for that matter.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So our first item is an upset bid for 508 Denmark Street to Grasshopper Acquisition, LLC. They've offered $2,000. The tax value is $4,000. We have checked, and the entity is current and active with North Carolina Secretary of State, and staff recommends that council accept the offer in order to start the upset bid process.
Council, any comments, questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the resolution accepting the offer as stated?
So moved.
Motion's been made.
Second.
Motion's been seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, please vote electronically. It says I've already cast my vote. Nope. All in favor, please raise your hand.
It's tired.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Yep. There you go.
It's just tired.
There you go. All right.
It stops working after 9:45.
Okay. So we have an offer on 709 North Virginia Street from George Hill. The offer is $16,820. The tax value is $33,640. So it meets the minimum requirements for staff to be able to bring it to council to approve. We, as staff, recommend that council accept the offer so that we can start the upset bid process.
Council, any comments or questions on this one? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the resolution accepting the offer?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, please vote electronically if possible. All right. Motion passes unanimously on a 6-0 vote. All right, 9.3, Ms. Quinn.
Okay, so we have an offer on 316 Whitfield Drive from Megan Rivera. The offer is $4,375. The tax value is $8,750. Again, it meets all the minimum standards in order for staff to bring it forward to council, and staff recommends council accept the offer in order to start the upset bid process.
Okay. Council, any comments or questions on this one? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the resolution accepting the offer?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, please vote electronically. All right, all in favor? Motion passes on a 6-0 vote. All right. And 9.4, Ms. Gwynn.
Okay, so this one's a little bit different. This is an offer under the SL 2004-94 on 503 West Mulberry with Mr. Shipman and New York Telecom LLC. They are adjoining property owners on the right and left of this property. And because it is a substandard lot as verified by our planning department, it can be offered for $1. And we happen to have both adjoining property owners offered. And so what we have done in the past when we've had a similar situation, they pay their $1, we bring it to council, have council approve it, and then what'll happen is Mr. Shipman and New York Telecom will be joint owners, is how we'll do the deed to them, so to be the city, and I'm not sure, this one's city and county, so the city and county will deed it to both these entities, and it is up to them to split the lot and do surveying, whatever it is they want to do to split it, or just own it as joint tenants. So staff recommends that we accept, that council accept the offer so we can move forward with completing the sale.
Sounds like the most expensive $1 piece of property I can imagine.
Yeah.
Is that a standard? That is how we have done it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I learned something new because I always thought it was split.
Yeah, I was assuming you were going to say you were going to draw a line, or you're going to look at the timestamp, or you were going to give them the opportunity to bid against each other or something.
Well, we could, and we have done that. The one example that we have is, like I said, we were trying to come to a resolution with both the parties to be fair. So, I mean, one offer did come in before the other one, but New York Telecom, that's Mr. Youssef, asked to also be a party to this and receive that lot. So, and this is not me. Now, remember, I'm not talking to any of these folks. This is Octavius Murphy talking, and that mutually they are okay with it. So it's not like we're doing something that they don't want to do.
Okay. So they've been advised. They're aware.
They're aware, very aware of it, yes.
All right. Well, Council, 9.4, is there a motion to adopt the resolution accepting the offers? Plural.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. Wait, did I call for debate? I think I said hearing none. All right. Vote. My motion passes on a 6-0 vote. All right. Now we'll move to item 9.5. This was added. Did we just finish?
Yeah, did you want me to talk about it, or are we good?
9.5. The idea of doing a moratorium on water shutoffs, not on water billing, not on not splitting hairs about who, just simply a blanket statement through the duration of the federal government shutdown. Given that this one is unorthodox, with SNAP benefits being also turned off, I'll phrase it that way. What are our, as y'all understand it, what are our legal abilities for just a moratorium on water cutoffs?
As far as I'm aware, I believe that the council could pass a resolution to stop the water cutoffs for a period of time. So it's kind of similar to what the previous governor did during COVID. So we as staff can't do that, so we could lose our job for doing that. That's not, but council, that's up to you. So I feel like, and man, I think feels the same way, that we're okay to do that. If you wish to have it effective, let's say tomorrow, for instance, I mean, if tonight you would vote on it as a group, and then let me come back with a resolution for a temporary adjustment to customer service policy, and we'll backdate it to tomorrow, because, I mean, obviously I can't help what's already happened today. I should be able to let my staff know, so that before she sends people out tomorrow to do cutoffs, I mean, I could do it before I leave tonight, if that's your wish. If you want to stop it tonight and vote on it, then we'll just come back and you'll basically approve the action through a resolution back to tomorrow morning. So
would it also work to have a motion authorizing me to execute a resolution to put a moratorium, or for the city to put a moratorium on cutoffs for the duration of the federal shutdown period? That way I have the authorization to execute the resolution instead of having to come back and do one. There's a 6-way one I've done in the other.
I think you can do it, Mayor. I think you can say that, we're putting in a moratorium on water cutoffs, and effective whatever date you're going to say, effective tomorrow, and we'll come back with something. But, I think you have the authority to do that.
So the cleanest way to do it, Ron, you agree, is we're expressing our desires, Catherine's going to effectuate it, and then at the next meeting we'll do a resolution that's dated back to make it retro? Is that?
I mean, you can do that as far as a resolution, but you can vote tonight and have a motion that the moratorium begins tonight at midnight, or whatever you want to begin it, then you'll just come back and have the resolution approved at the next meeting.
Yeah.
And again, this is
What are meter readers going to do?
in discussing with. Come in.
No, I just want, what are our meter readers going to do? I'm sure we've got other things they can do.
Oh, they have plenty of work to
Okay.
do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, and they can still be doing readings because ultimately we are still going to be collecting on these bills. It's not a moratorium on the billing side of it. It's on the actual cutoff side of it. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So y'all know I support this kind of carrying on. My fear, however, is that after the moratorium, now folks have these outlandish bills that are still going to be due at this due date. So if we're going to do a moratorium, I think we need to be a little bit more innovative and say, so how are we going to accept payment? Because I'm all good with you giving me some grace, but when that bill comes and it has doubled or tripled and I'm going to be required to pay it at my due date that month, how has that helped me in that moment? So I'm asking, and Ms. Catherine, I know it's late, but if we're looking at, and maybe this can be for those individuals who are specifically facing the cut off, because I would hate for people to be in the same position, and then if they do get the money to get it cut back on, they still owe all this money. Like, I support it, but we have got to figure out a creative way to bounce back, because we got to bounce back.
Well, and I agree. That's one of my concerns, because that will happen. That happened after COVID. What we can do is, the problem is not knowing how long the shutdown's going to last. So let's pretend 30 more days, okay, it goes on. It's possible what I could do with the resolution is offer an extended payment plan, because normally you only have, I think, maybe 60 days or so in a payment plan in order to carry through. So what the governor did before is, I think it was something like 6 months, 12 months, something like that.
You couldn't have any late charges or anything like
that? No late charges. So if the council wants to postpone those, like I said, we need to do it through resolution, because that's how customer policy was adopted, was through resolution. So if you want to impose some no penalties, no cutoff fees, and let's say up to a 6-month payment plan. We don't charge interest anyway, as long as they maintain that. Then that gives them that spread. So let's say it's 2 months, and then we can spread it over up to 6 months. Then that helps the customer kind of smooth that out until their income stream, or possibly they get repaid, where they can pay their account off. And I mean, most customers did a really good job, that as they got caught up, they went ahead and paid their balances off. You have certain customers that you always have the same issues with, and they always face those cutoffs and charges and stuff like that, unfortunately. But I would say the vast majority did get, I think we had like 500 or 600 that were on a payment plan after COVID, but most of those got resolved well before the deadline set in. So we're very fortunate about that. So.
Good.
Can you share with us, you said it one time, about on a weekly basis how many customers are on our cutoff list?
Usually around 200 to 250 per week.
100?
Yeah. Well, 15,000 customers. So, that's always been very consistent with cutoff. So, yes, sir.
Councilman Boyette, I see your hand.
Point of clarity. So if, and I'm all for this, so if we do this, the way it's legally happening is we're going to vote tonight to set the wheels in motion. You're going to come back, and the next meeting we're going to vote on an ordinance that will, amendment or whatever, that will be retroactive back to now, to fix, so it starts tomorrow. So what happens if this becomes a moot point in the next 4 days, or sometime between now and the next meeting? Do we just not vote on the ordinance?
Well, I think you've got to give us permission not to cut off. So there are occasions where we do not cut off and we don't ask the council to amend a policy. So we have holidays. So we don't shut off at Thanksgiving and Christmas because we don't want people to be without service through the holidays, and then 4 days later you come back, okay? So we don't ask for permission for that, but I would say for something like this, since we're talking about this is a special circumstance, I do think if it was to last 4 days, I would still come back with a resolution that said you authorized us to do step 1, 2, and 3 from, midnight tonight till the fourth day ended.
Gotcha. Okay. I just was wondering how that would unfold.
You say tonight we're going to stop cutoffs. Basically, vote on that. Yeah, we're going to bring back a resolution, but it's basically law right then. We just have to bring back the resolution to sort of. But that's more CYA on our part, on the city's part. But it's law when you vote on it. It becomes law.
So yes, sir.
This is my last comment. I'm asking the council to consider the shutdown can end tomorrow. It could end next week. I'm asking that we set the moratorium for the remainder of the shutdown and to the end of the year, even if the government opens back up. Why? Because people are still going to be trying to recoup. So I would like to see it extended through the holidays and at least to the end of the year. That's my recommendation.
And I would just add to that, if you all want to consider holding off on penalties and cutoff fees, and if you want to offer a payment plan, we need to know that tonight, and you tell us what you want. And, so we're going to have to get with LaToya, because we need to find a way to let our customers know, because we can't put it in a mailer, right? That's not going to work. So we'll have to figure out a way to let our customers know. Of course, our staff, they will communicate with customers that are on the cutoff list, and that because you might have customers thinking I'm on the cutoff list, so we'll have them communicate with them, which they always do. They get the list and they work it. So if you could just make those extra designations, if that's what you would like for us to bring back in a resolution.
So we've had a lot of different ideas floated. I think I'm just going to break it down just for a second. Do we have a consensus on waiver of late fees during the time that we have a moratorium? Is that, and just kind of fill this out. So that piece, I think so. The duration, I think, is probably debate. I'll come back to that one. The idea in general, I think there's consensus around doing something. And I think we all acknowledge that this can't be. We can't put you in a position where you have to prove that you're currently furloughed or something like that. It has to be an across-the-board thing. My suggestion is end of shutdown, and then to Councilwoman Matthews' point, there's got to be some window of time there for folks to actually get their benefits back in order. Maybe it's that plus 14 days or something like that. I don't want to have to revisit this multiple council meetings and say, yes, extend it again, extend it again, extend it again. I don't think through the end of the year I think it ought to be tied to the timing of the resolution of the shutdown, whatever that happens to be. Again, that's my opinion. So what I would go with is a waiver of late fees and a moratorium on cutoffs through 14 days past the end of the government shutdown. Why 14? Because it's 2 weeks.
I'm okay with that because the shutdown could last until March for all we know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm cool with that. Good point.
Sounds like a plan.
You okay with that? Okay with it?
Do you want that in the form of a motion?
I do.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we start the moratorium beginning at 12 p.m. midnight tonight, and then again up until 14 days after the government shutdown. How you stated it, resolved.
And a waiver of late fees during that time.
Correct.
Any payment plan offering other than what's in policy?
I do think you should offer a payment plan, so let me edit that. And
3 months.
What do you guys think is fair? 3 months?
What do we do now? Because
Well, what about?
Because now what do we do now?
Gosh, that's, and I don't do this every day. I want to say there's like a time frame. It might be 3 months, so I'm thinking maybe 90 days or so. I really would have to confirm that, and I don't have anybody I can phone a friend right now and ask that
Couldn't
question.
I just say like 90 days? That would give them a three additional months after the government shutdown is complete.
Or would you like to amend it to say that whatever the current payment plan offering is plus 3 months? So
Sure.
whatever that is, then it would add some
Sounds good to
time.
me.
Okay.
Sure. All right. So,
Sounds good.
Ms. Getz, motion as I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, motion as I heard it was to have a moratorium on water cutoffs effective midnight tonight, to a waiver of late fees incurred during this moratorium. The moratorium will extend to the end of the federal government shutdown plus 14 days. And payment plans for past due amounts will be offered 3 months longer than the current policy allows. Yes, ma'am.
So is this a payment plan for the amount that they incur during this period? Okay.
So that motion has been made. Ms. Getz?
So I've got it close, and then I'll go back and fix it for the minutes.
We do
okay?
have it on.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. If I can turn my iPad back on. All right. All in favor, please vote electronically if possible. Call for debate, or motion made, seconded, call for debate. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Motion passes on a 6-0 unanimous vote. All right. That concludes all items on our modified agenda.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good night.
Safe travel.
Get some rest.
Mr. Livingston, City Manager's report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick report here. ACM update. We're down to 4 finalists now. I'll be going through those in the next couple weeks and hope to have someone on board in December sometime. Following along those lines, implementation of the org study. I've got a tracking sheet that actually Laura's kind of made for me of all the different things that we've implemented along with the org study, so you'll be able to see what we've accomplished there and the plan ahead for that. We've also been meeting, Kelly and I, with the departments, and we asked them if they've submitted work plans, detailed work plans on a lot of the budget issues and a lot of the service issues that we're doing and what their initiatives are for the year. I'm compiling that, and we'll be doing a citywide work plan to you. That's also kind of the next 30 to 45 days. Website update, we're redoing our website. The plan is still to get that done by the end of this calendar year, unveil a new website in January. Today we had a groundbreaking for the ceremony for the Pocket Park, the Choice Neighborhoods Pocket Park at the GWTA. That Pocket Park is going to be on a fast track. The contractor knows their timeline is to get that done by the end of this calendar year. I think you all know about the update with the state with the health insurance, and the Treasurer's Office trying to kind of implement a 2.4% increase. I mentioned that because we're really going to have to look at health insurance this year, simply because they've kind of committed. They tipped their hand to us and said, well, if we can't do the 2.4%, we're going to do 4.8% next year. And a lot of our employees have seen increases, especially and they're just looking at ways to pass on their costs. So I think the time is going to be right for us to kind of look at that and at least do a full dive into comparisons about what our health care plan could be if we went to some other pools. We're having an event tomorrow at the near the Maxwell Center, actually, to talk about the property that we own. We're bringing in some investors to try to sell that property to get some restaurant activity out there in accordance with the plan.
Do you know what time that is?
I think that starts, do you remember, was it 4 o'clock, Laura?
I think it's 5.
4 or 5, and it goes to the evening because that's, I know that they're doing a reception there at the Maxwell Center.
Okay. I just want to make sure I can make it.
Okay. It's at 5, okay. Yeah, so it's at 5, so if you can make that, that would be wonderful. But that's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we will move to section 11, Mayor and Council Member comments. It is the first meeting of the month, so we'll begin with Councilman from District 2. Councilman Boyette, floor is yours.
No comment, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Hey.
Sorry.
Y'all. Councilwoman?
No comment.
Councilwoman?
No comment.
Councilwoman?
No comment.
Councilman?
No comment.
Far be it from me to
I got one more thing I got to say, though.
To be honest, I think Councilman Boyette missed his
All
time.
right.
Here's one more thing I want to say.
No, there's not. Councilman Lawrence, Mr. Lawrence, closed session, yes or no?
No comment.
No? All right. All
I
right.
just want to give an update on Fremont. So we do need to meet with them, and that's something that we're working towards, because we're still at an impasse with them not paying their bill since and there's no reason why they can't pay their bill. So
All right.
That's
Y'all,
all.
that's not on our agenda for discussion this evening. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to adjourn. There's no debate on a motion to adjourn. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes.